I'm here. I've made it. Hey. What a day. Sorry guys. That was a lot later than I expected. The old Nogdar bug kind of took some time away. Sorry, I'm here. Hello. Welcome. I'm alive. Let me move you over to the right screen over here. Ah, how are we all doing today? Patch days. Patch days are fun. Have they locked the dungeon yet, guys? I saw you were chatting away about the bug. Are they locked here yet? I hope they have. Just, it's going to be a bit of a busy one just because I've got some DMs I need to answer to at the same time. Okay, I'm with you now. Sorry. It's been I literally have not stopped coding since about 11 today. I have already bug reported it and they're already aware of it. So for full basic so here we go, right? For full transparency, I did use the bug to unlock the stages, but I am not going to farm the dungeon at 25 for like 5 seconds. I'm not going to do it. It's not how the game is meant to be played, which means my definition, even though it's not true, but my definition, that is an exploit, and I won't exploit the game. So I did it to unlock the levels just because I want it for different levels of content, and I don't want to be struggling all night trying to get through different city levels, and I don't want to waste a bunch of energy, right? So I've unlocked the levels, but that is it. I will show you how much oil I've got, and that is all I'll do. I'll show the bug just so everyone knows what it's about as well, but other than that, I'm not doing it. You can tell I haven't had a chance to play the game much today. I haven't even done my Iron Twins or anything yet. I've been coding all day. I've got lots of little things to show you tonight, guys, from the game code. It has been a brutal day of coding because Playroom have, you know, when they're doing big updates, they tend to clean up a bunch of stuff in the code. So I've gone through about 1 million lines of code today, it feels like, checking different changes. Yeah, I mean, Bill Hall, I think you do it to unlock it. They're not going to roll the servers back. Let's face it, they don't ban... they didn't ban anyone for clan chest hopping. So I've literally just unlocked all the stages. I haven't done anything else. Just unlocked it all. And all you need to do is go this setup, right? Put Nogdar in the leader. My Nogdar's not got any gear at all. He's got some gear. He's built, I think, in Frenzy gear. And literally all it is, it's done. So what they've done, from a developer's perspective, what they've done is they forgot to include one type of exchange HP in the boss's passive. So you can see everyone dies, Nogdar comes back alive, you 1 HP is the boss, and you tap him. Like, guys. So that's all they've done. From a coding perspective, it's a 5-second fix because Nogdar's exchange HP is different. So if we think about Astrolith, who is a high elf, or is she a dark elf? I always mix these two up. Astrolith. So she's got this exchange HP. Now this is a coded type of 5007, which does get blocked. What up, cat? Cat's kicking off. So this ability here does get blocked. However, the difference is with Nogdar's ability, it's coded in a different way behind the scenes. It doesn't exchange HP, it equalizes HP. So it's a different effect, and they forgot to include this effect in the new passive because obviously his passive has to allow sleep. So normally they just use the same passive for every single boss. Well, they can't just slap that on this boss because it needs to be immune to sleep, right? So there's got to have exceptions. So they've created a new passive. Totally forgot about this because, to be honest, there's like 1 or 2 champions in the entire game that has this particular coded passive. So I can see how it's happened. But at the same time, they probably should have picked this up either in QA or they should shut it down almost immediately. Because I can guarantee you that I'm being honest here and I'm saying, look, I'll show you how much oil I've got. I've literally just before stream, I've unlocked all the stages. Hey, stop it, cat. So when I look at what we've got here, I have got that. You can see I haven't farmed it. I haven't farmed it at all. Centurion. Let me have a look. Let me check. I'm checking Centurion whilst also trying to feed the cat who is starting a civil war down here. Centurion, what does he do? Heals his champion. Exchanges remaining HP. It could be. Let's have a look. So I gotta. Yeah, come on. Stop being a little missy. Let's just check. Soul possession. No. Soul possession is a 5,000 soul possession. Centurion will work. Whoever suggested Centurion, Stico, if you go try Centurion, it'll work. He does exactly the same thing as Nogdar. No, Tolf doesn't. Tolf basically halves HP. So Tolf has a multiplier which basically takes the target's HP by 50% and just sets the enemy by 50% HP. Hey Bob, how you doing? But yeah, Centurion works. Basically, any champion that's got 4008 type will work. So I can search for it right now. There's currently about 9 different abilities in the game that can do it. We have to see which one it is. So what is Centurion's number? So it's Centurion. Three 9103. Nogdar is another one. I'm checking the code at the same time to see what different champions have this ability. Immortality. So obviously 4008 doesn't always have to be targeted at an enemy. It could be just targeted at yourself, which a lot of them are. So there's like 2, maybe it looks like there's 2 so far. Most of them appear to be ally only. 63102. It's not that. Yeah, so it looks like it is literally Centurion and Nogdar. So this is how this is slipped through the sort of testing. Is there's so few champions that have it, they probably have not thought about actually testing it against the boss. They've gone and set up the one that actually exchanges HP, but this isn't exchanging HP, it's balancing HP. And that's a big difference, believe it or not. Yeah, see, a lot of them basically have. We're talking, most of them are coded the same way, which is like Tenacious equalize HP as well. That is all the different effects. There's literally only 2 champions in the entire game that can do it to an enemy. Yeah. That is the limit. Nogdar and Centurion. Yeah, I'm not going to exploit it, Kessel. So, in my opinion, it's clearly not intentional. So if it's clearly not intentional, it's probably ban-worthy. So therefore, I'm not going to do it. Not that I think I would get banned for it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not saying... So Renesh, what it is, this is a classic example of, damn, I forgot about that one particular thing. So we do it, you know, I've done it from time to time. I'll have coded something in the optimizer for you guys, and then I'll come back and go, damn, I totally forgot about this thing. Or I forgot about that thing. Centurion is a Night Rev. He's a rare. Is he, or is he, Where is he? Oh, there he is. Rare Void. This. Exchanges remaining HP levels with a target enemy, then equalizes the HP of all allies. So the only good thing you get with Nogdar, which is a little bit better, is he actually halves his HP first. So if you get him back on a revive on death, he's going to be at 0 HP when he does this, which means the boss goes to 0 HP and you one-tap him. So Nogdar's probably better than Centurion. But it's not working cool. It's probably exchanging the HP though, right? It's just not exchanging enough. Like, it should do it the same way. This should work exactly the same way. If he's at low HP, this should work. Like, I probably have one in the vault somewhere. I got one? Or have I fed all of them? I think I fed all my Centurions. I had a lot of Voids because obviously I've been keeping hold of them. We got a lot of different testing I want to do tonight, but I'm going to build a proper team tonight. I'm going to try and build different teams for different people. I don't have one. I must have sold mine unless he's in a reserve vault. Yeah, I must have got rid of him. There you go. Things you learn. Maybe he just doesn't do enough. But Nogdar was the best one, obviously, but obviously I don't think it'll last long. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an alert pretty quickly to say that they're doing an emergency patch. But it is quite late, so maybe they don't. Maybe they just leave it. The right way means a proper team. So I've been theory crafting pretty much all week. Obviously, after the test server came out, I had more information that Hellhades was able to share with me and different other creators. I'm pretty sure the way to do this is you sleep the target, you get 10 debuffs, and then you max HP nuke. Unfortunately, I thought Theodore was going to be good, but he's got that 90% poison debuff that they never tell you about. It's really, really terrible, right? If you go into the boss here, I really wish they would solve this. And this is in a line with me basically saying, you know, players are not being accurate with their information. Nothing here tells you that this boss has a penalty for poisons. He will reduce any poison damage by 90%. So you might come into this and thinking I can do poison damage. You can't because of the passive, but it doesn't say it anywhere. There should be another box here because it's in the skill. I can see it because I check the code, right? I look at the code and I go, okay, look at the code thing. I think it's like 2003 or something of that nature. That's the global one. It's called Almighty Tolerance, right? There needs to be another box here that says Almighty Tolerance that has the description, damage that scales from poison damage is reduced by 90%. Because, you know, you're not telling people that. You're looking at it thinking, well, maybe I can kill it with poisons. You're totally wrong. You can't. It's so frustrating that we don't get accurate information into the game. They won't ban people, Joe, because it's their own fault. Unless they come out and say, you're exploiting the system, stop doing it. If anyone gets caught doing it after this announcement, we'll ban you. They can't ban you, really, because it's their own fault. They've created it. So, you know, let's just get the Iron Twins done while we're here. I tend to farm stage 11 on Spirit because I don't want to waste the energy. I tend to lose a ton. Scratch won't get a ban. They won't ban anyone for it, honestly. Like, people used to do clan boss chest hopping back in the day when you could get multiple chests for doing different, like you could swap clans and get loads of clan boss chests. They didn't ban anyone for that. Didn't take the gear away. Do you know what? So the thing about that is, I can understand where Hellhades is coming from different testing. It's because he doesn't have the right setup with the right champions. This boss is going to be very, very champion specific. It's going to be like a clan boss team, right? You build a clan boss team, one speed, it fails. It's going to be like that. So I think that is the problem that Hellhades has got, is because he doesn't have a reho, he doesn't have the right champions to do it, he's a bit struggling. So you go back to your default, which is just make Geo work, and it kind of works. But the problem is, I don't think Geo's the answer, because you lose all your max HP and it's just not efficient or fast at all, so you just might as well not bother. The fastest correct team I've seen, which was posted in different channels, and to be honest, it's not hurtful to... let's see. Where was this image? So there was one run that I saw from in the community, which is the best one I've seen so far. It is whale heavy. Where was it posted to? It's posted to my clan chat. But my one idea that I had with Theodore doesn't work. Oh yeah, this is kind of an idea of a team that some people have been running, which is akin to what I was suggesting, where you basically run a reho for debuffs, you run a revive on death to survive the first hit, or you do a stone skin reviver, and then you basically just get yourself to 10 debuffs and you hit the crap out of it with max HP. Now, Acrisias are always going to be best for this. He's probably just A1 smacking it with Acrisias, but this is the type of team I think you're going to run. But this could be optimized better. That's it, Ardes. That's exactly what I was just explaining there. You beat me to it. Is there a specific speed tune to this IT tween? No, I basically just stick Aox in like super slow, right? I don't want to use keys. No thanks. So if I show you my team... So if we go to Iron Twins, so the team that I run here is basically my Demitha Clan Boss champion, Duchess that's just in an old Swift Parry arena team, Mithrala's just built in my arena build, and then Geo's got enough accuracy, and Aox is built super slow with high accuracy. That's all it is. Nothing special, it's nothing fancy thrown together. I need to improve my Iron Twins team because Spirit is a problem. I have to run it on a lower stages because it is a problem. Do you want to see, guys, do you want to see our clan versus clan? With the Legion des Lichts, who were basically position 5 on the leaderboard. We were either going to get this clan, or we were going to get mobs. So we were pretty much screwed either way. But seriously, look at the points that they've put up. Oh, I wasn't showing you the team. Sorry, guys. Let me... I'll show it in a second. I'm all over the place today. It's been a busy day. I'll show it again. But yeah, look at this. Like 1.5... Like 9 people have done 1 million. Pretty much 10. We were just like, nah, it's all right. It's not worth it. They have changed the personal tiers, by the way, if anyone cares. They've basically drained about 5% out of this, put a bunch more into tier 2, and then they've put another percentage in tier 1. So if you were borderline tier 4, you're probably going to be in tier 5, sorry. You're probably going to be in tier 6 next time. If you were in tier 1 before and you put any sort of points, you're going to be in tier 2 now. They've moved it around. I'm going to be doing a full patch notes video tomorrow. I felt like I haven't done a patch notes video in a long time. So tomorrow we're going to have probably quite a bumper patch notes video to go through. But yeah, so we were either going to be getting this one or mobs. So we were like, yeah, no, not a chance this week. Right, what was I showing? Let's try this again. Oh, that's not what I want to show. So my Iron Twins team, I use it on all affinities. It's basically this. So Mithrala here is just built in a standard sort of perception, speeds, arena team. Nothing special. Swift Parry Duchess that I've had built like this for like ages. Demitha's my clan boss Demitha. Aox is built just super slow with high accuracy, so his passive works. And then Geomancer's just running in what I would say my Hydra build. Boosted his accuracy a little bit. 243 speed, relentless reflex. So, yes. I'll give you some previews of different things I found today, guys. So let's close that. Let's just jump over to there a second. So, it's probably the best way to show you this, like that. So we got some new avatars in the game. Not really in the game yet, but these ones look like they're going to go live. Obviously, this one is an avatar that is in the game, right? We've had new avatars added. So these two here are new champions that I guess. One of these is bound to be the Christmas fusion. So how do you know who you're going to get in CVC? Jess, but it's basically done in a most logical way possible. Wherever you placed on the leaderboard, you get either the one before or the one after, depending on how it works in terms of like rankings. So if you place at like position 95, you're either going to get 94 or 96. So you know which one you're going to get. I think we positioned in that middle bit. No, I can't be bothered with unkillable teams for Iron Twins. It's easy enough. I just need to get rid of Mithrala. So one thing I think is very interesting is if you look at this here, this feels like a Revive on Death picture, right? But this is on an A1. This is this champion's ability. So the way it goes is anything under S1, it runs in skill order. So, you know, A1, A2, A3, and sometimes the E4 is a passive. It can be a skill. So we can see like there's lots of wing stuff here. This one's probably like a barbarian, I'd have thought. Could be an orc. Could even be like a skinwalker, I guess, but doesn't feel like it. This one looks interesting to me. That seems to be some sort of skill cooldown. So you can always tell as well which ones are probably epic and which ones are legendary, right? More skills means probably more legendary. This one looks like a legendary. This one looks like it's a legendary. He's probably legendary because he's got 5 passives. So he's probably going to do something pretty cool. Probably going to heal. This one's probably going to be a rare because he's got 3 abilities. So, and this one may be an epic, right? So you can tell that. Sometimes you can tell a little bit from the animations. Like sometimes they put the hex symbol on there. They look cool again though, right? Anything with this little lightning bolt, I guarantee you is going to be turn meter. Guarantee you. Anything with that, it's going to be a turn meter. This one looks like a HB burn champion. You know, burn there. Cool. So, you know, it could be interesting. I would imagine one of these champions is going to have sleep. This isn't really data mining. This is just pulling the assets out of the game code. I use it a lot to obviously make our website graphics work, you know, get the oil animations out so that we can get them on the website and different things. So I just prefer the source imagery. They look cool, right? These two seem to be based on some sort of Ukrainian lore that I'm unaware about. I don't want to be dismissive. I have no idea, so I hope to learn about it. But he's definitely a legendary because he's got 5 passive. He's got 5 abilities, right? Some of these are going to be passive, so. This one looks a bit like an Arbiter-esque thing, right? Looks a bit like Arbiter, a bit. So, they do an awesome job with graphics. And generally, like, I know the dungeon is bugged and a bunch of different things, but considering they basically have power cuts all over the place, they run in a war and everything else, they do a blimmin' good job at trying to keep us engaged with the game. The graphics are always top tier. The bugs they do have are not normally that major that you can't play the game. They don't really have any server downtime, so you know, maintenance in terms of where like the game is offline for hours on end. They do a pretty good job. There you go. I said they'd fix it instantly. Have they announced the server, have they? Or I got a ping. Have they done the... Is there maintenance? Yeah, I got a ping, but it went away. There it is. The ping's back again. Yeah, there you go. To be honest, the fix, I knew it was going to be really quick anyway. 13 minutes. Yeah. Literally, it's... I don't know if they'll fix the Doom Tower autoclimb. The fix for Nogdar is literally adding 4 numbers into the passive. That's all they've got to do. So, it's one of those things, is one champion has it out of 715 odd. And you sit there and you think, ah, oh, damn, we forgot that. That was a bit silly. There is a bit of damage on Stico, but at least, to be fair to them, they fixed it almost instantly. Like, we reported it an hour ago, they fixed it already. So, also, guys, I don't know if you're interested, but I did a bit of a damage comparison. Let me minimize this. Seeing as though we're going to have to wait for the game to reload. Shouldn't be too long. But I did a bit of damage comparison for the new champions. Tolf wouldn't work, no. Tolf wouldn't work. So, they won't roll anything back. They won't. It's impossible to do a server rollback because people spend money on the game. So, you know, it's not like you pay a subscription, they roll back a service. It's different, right? You actually buy items. If you roll back the server when you've bought an item, you have to then refund transactions, and for a little bit of oil, they're not going to bother, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, yes, some people have farmed some oil. Cool, awesome, brilliant, right? It's not the end of the world. Because whether I do that now, whether I do that over the next 4 weeks, 4 months, 4 years, it doesn't really matter. My main concern is making sure they jumped on it instantly and they fixed it tonight. If they left it till tomorrow, then we would be in a different situation, because Krakens will overnight farm it to hell, because they'll just burn the energy early, knowing that it'll be harder tomorrow. So yeah, so I did some damage comparisons between Balinor and Cryptwitch and Pixel's damage changes. Obviously, the 3 changes to note here. Balinor's A2 went from a single target to an AoE. I should put the new multipliers in here as well for you guys. So that is now a 4.2 times attack. This one is a 6.8 times attack, because obviously it's changed ability. This one went to a 2.2 times attack. And this, I think, went to a 4.6 times attack. The rest of them are pretty much the same. So what we basically did here, I wanted to do is assess the change in damage. So on a booked general kind of sense, hey Nub is in the house. Nub, did you do any of your exploiting like I did to unlock the stages? Did you Nogdar the crap out of Al-Naemeh? I did. I unlocked it. Can't blame it. So the changes here. Balinor didn't change on his A1 or his A3. That remained the same. Same multiplier, same buck, same damage, pretty much everything else. They changed his multiplier on his A2 to a 4.2. They had to. 5.7 times attack AoE is Trunder levels of damage. And Trunder is only there because of conditional, right? They generally stick to around about the 4 times multiplier for an AoE attack ability. So it basically means his A2 is about 26% weaker. But because it's AoE, it puts him along the same tier as an Ethos level damage dealer. And if you pair him with Xavier, you obviously get an sort of an irresistible AoE decreased defense and weaken, right? So actually, you're paying a price for a better champion. So I heard people saying Nogdar was amazing, so I ran him in a 5-man team. Then I saw, yeah, exactly. Then you put him at level 1 with no gear and you watched him one-shot the boss, right? Now, if you were using Balinor in a clan boss situation, you are losing a lot of damage. You're basically losing 25% of your main damage dealer. And there's no way of getting around that. You don't get any benefits, right? You could run in with Xayah, but there's no space in the Bat Eater for Xayah. So this is a direct nerf to Bat Eater Balinor, but an overall benefit to Balinor as a useful champion in the game. I'm not sure I like it, because I like the fact that Balinor was quite unique into the Bat Eater, but I think maybe he was too niche in the sense that, let's be honest, Bat Eater is kind of dead as a clan boss meta now. Not many people run Bat Eater if they were building a clan boss team from scratch these days. They would build a Demitha style team or a Hellhades style team or a Man Eater style team with different options, right? You don't go to Bat Eater like you used to a year or two ago. But for an AoE decreased defense and weaken, I know some people mentioned that they've taken away his ability to place the debuff first. It doesn't matter. The only place that's ever going to matter is the Hydra boss, because he's void, so he's never going to weak hit unless there's a poison cloud, right? So that's the only downside. But you have now got a no accuracy Balinor. You can run full damage. You do not need to run any accuracy. The other thing that they didn't really kind of make any noise about, right? They changed his A4, his paired skill with Xayah, to his A3. So what that actually means is the way that it's coded, you're not using the A3, you're using a different ability that mirrors the same ability as the A3. So actually, his A3, his joint attack damage just got boosted by 89% because it's using the new multiplier of 6.8. So it actually hits really hard. It doesn't hit as hard as the A3 because the books don't transfer, because it's a different ability, right? It's not the same thing. But it's still it's about a 90% increase in damage. So that the change to his a sort of joint attack with Xayah is quite good. It'll be interesting to see whether there are actually any viable teams for a Xayah Balinor setup now, because it is pretty good. Like, again, AoE, no resistible, irresistible A2 with decreased defense and weaken, paired with a Xayah nuke, paired with basically a stronger damage output. In a wave setting, Balinor will do more damage, basically. In a single boss setting, he does a lot less damage. So that's the Balinor change. In terms of Crypt Witch, I don't really think they've improved anything in Crypt Witch, I'll be honest. All they have done with Crypt Witch is make us slightly stronger at killing a boss. That's about it. And also you can activate this ignore defense, right? So basically means this can probably be better now, because I'm pretty sure the way it works with Crypt Witch now, it is the other way around with the speed, and it does make more sense. Let me remind myself what it's... Yeah, so as long as she's faster than the enemy, she ignores defense, where before it wasn't. So basically this now becomes a pretty good thing. So she can hit pretty hard in a clan boss setting. But outside of a clan boss setting, they haven't done anything to her. She's pretty useless. Pixniel actually is a very interesting change. Obviously, there's lots of utility changes with Pixniel. I actually think Pixniel now is a proper Torment counter. It's just about a year too late because Torment's not in the meta anymore. But Pixniel is now a proper counter to Torment, because you put her up against Torment, she's going to be taking a lot of turns. Anytime he freezes someone, she gets 25% turn meter fill all the time. That hasn't got a cooldown. This is the only thing with a cooldown. It's a shame when they weren't readjusting her books, we couldn't readjust the books on the A1. I'll be honest, that's a little bit of a joke. Yeah, we could have just readjusted this. We didn't need this. Totally stupid. This is dumb. But her A1 does gain some damage from those books. She's up to about 12% now. They haven't changed the multiplier. They've changed the multiplier from 2 times attack to, I think it's a 4.6. Let me just double check that. I guessed that off the top of my head. It's been a busy day. 3 times 4.6. Yeah, I was right. So it's now a 4.6 times attack. It is an AoE singular attack. So that means she's now on sort of 19,000. And that's going to basically put her AoE nuke up at around about... where is she? She's going to be around here somewhere. She's around about a Duke the Paste. Hatatsu, Andresia, Brogni A2, Allure A2, Fenax A2. It's good, but it's nothing special, right? She's not going to be doing... You're not going to be running this champion for dealing damage. But what her actual... The negative thing with this A3 is if you did, for whatever crazy reason, want to run her in Clan Boss, you've actually taken 54% of her damage away here. So overall, I think it's still a good change, right? Because she's now 100% chance to freeze someone on a 4-turn cooldown. I would have liked if they decoupled this weaken from the freeze. So it just places weaken. If this places increased defense, continuous heal, and then places weaken, but you can still have this condition that she only attacks freeze champions, fine. Well, I guess she does it anyway, I don't know. But I just dislike the fact that this requires freeze. You can't use a weaken in a boss setting at all. So it's a bit frustrating. But she's good. I think basically now you have a good Tormin counter. The problem is where to use Tormin anymore. He might be in 3v3s, but what I'm saying is, like, he is not as dominant as you used to have a problem with Tormin now. You ignore him most of the time. I did look at it cool. I did look at running Pixel because actually this was one of the hardest hitting clan boss abilities when it first came out. Because it was a 5-hitter on a single target and it did hit quite hard. At 2 times, it was like a 10 times attack. So it's a lot lower now, right? It's not good. But her AoE is decent. Nothing to be too shout-out about. But those are the changes there. I think overall, good. Overall. So yeah, so those are the few little things. Got new portraits here. Those are the changes. They have secretly a little bit of a preview. They've buffed Phantom Touch. Quietly in the background. Believe it or not, they have buffed Phantom Touch. You'll find out more in my video tomorrow, basically. Yeah, Crush and Rend is only useful. So you got your 6-star go. I was originally running Phantom Touch, but I'm going to use him. So yeah, it could work, I guess. It could work, Adam. You could run Phantom Touch. If it's a 6-star, it works every hit. The boss's stats, let's have a look at those. Pretty high. I like stage 20 is way too high. Right? So my little development environment here. If we look at stage 25, this boss's stats are absurdly high. So just to give you some context in terms of the boss damage multipliers here, his A1 is a standard 3 times attack, right? All the bosses in the game tend to normalize towards 3 times attack. So it's about 3 times 19,000. His A2 is a 10 times attack, and every single debuff you have up on Al-Naemeh the Sand Devil, every single debuff is about 5% damage reduction in terms of how much he outputs. So if you have 10 debuffs, you will end up with about a 5 times attack multiplier on the A2. So he hits quite hard. Now at 14,200 defense, like, we got to remember, he's also got the passive, right? So if you've got 10 debuffs, you don't have to worry about the passive. If he hasn't, he's going to reduce the damage by up to 75%. So even if we get rid of most of that, he's still at 5,680 defense, right? I mean, that is incredibly high, because if we look at how much damage reduction that is, that's probably... Let's see. Where's my little damage reduction table here? So if we were to change this to like what he would have, which is, what was it, 14200. So with cruelty set up to say that we got a max rank cruelty out, right? Let's just say we got that. Get rid of that. let's just say we got a 6. So we're looking at, even with decreased defense, 81% damage reduction. Decreased defense is basically increasing our damage by 4%. Even if you run with like ignore defense, like say like we ran this like person with like, say that we put him in savage cruel, we'd be at 74%. So if you put crushing rend on, I think crushing rend, what level is he? 350 would be 35%. So if you ran crushing rend with savage cruel, you'd be at 65%. Now you're talking, you're going to get some impact. So yeah, definitely for this boss, crushing rend would beat any other blessing at 6-star. My seer would probably do a lot of damage to him, basically. But we are talking like the stats for this boss are way too high. Way, way, way too high. Are we in maintenance yet? How long was the maintenance window? We'll try to keep the downtime to a minimum. That seems positive. Interesting. Was it in 10 minutes? Yeah, so the crushing rend is really good in high level content, Adam. Just kicked you out of it. There you go. So whilst we're waiting, do you want to see a little bit of a preview of what we've got coming out today? Wolfie, who I think is lurking in the background, is working on trying to make sure all of this new Ascension stuff doesn't break the optimizer. But obviously with the optimizer being in the state that it is, with the artifact Ascension changing, we had to bring out some new changes. So, me and my wonderful self here, we've designed some new little... a new layout. I'm just trying to find the last image I did because it was pretty late night working on it. Here we go. So, we've got a new artifact view coming to the optimizer today, a little bit later on. Should be coming out soon. Depends on how much extra work they've done in the background. Now, obviously, this is going to be dynamic to what you've actually got ascended. You know, if you haven't got it ascended, you won't have a purple stat there. The rating is obviously going to have 2 lines if you haven't got it at max level. If you're a premium member, this is what you would get with the ratings. Looks good, right? We've basically tried to get things off the images a little bit so that you can see the artifacts a little bit better. You can read the writing a little bit clearer. And it just looks a little bit more professional. Oh, whoops. There you go. Professional streamer. What can I say? I know. Semi-pro. Now you're seeing what I'm saying. So this is coming to the artifact optimizer later today. Which is ironic, right? Because Plarium have updated their little way of doing it in the game, which it looks, everyone doesn't like. It looks worse, but I feel like this looks better. So as I said, you basically get the rating down the bottom here. If you're not premium, you won't see the ratings. It'll just be hidden. The stars will be dynamic to whatever Ascension level you're at. You'll see the stat at the top right. We've built a toggle up here to basically say, you know, I want to assume all my artifacts are max ascended, or I don't want to assume. So similar to the way that max primary works, you can turn that on and off. It defaults to off. So that's an option as well. We have on the main tab of artifacts, you'll be able to filter by those that you've ascended, those that you haven't. You'll be able to filter by the stat you've got. You'll be able to exclude, you name it, you'll have it all. But yeah, I think what the goal here really for us was to try and make the text for the rating a little bit clearer, because I know a lot of new users struggle with that. Try and add space and sort of support the new stats, and also tidy it up a little bit as well, right? Because it got a little bit condensed. It may not look great on smaller screens. We are aware of that, so it might need some optimizations going forward. But I thought now is a good time as any to basically fix it. Yeah, so I had loads of different design genes, right? I was trying different ways to do it. One design I had was basically literally like a column. Image, rating, stats, primary stats, down in one column. The problem is it was just a little bit too like tall, and I think people will want to see like the, you know, helm, weapon, helm, shield, gloves, chest, boots in that kind of like 3x3 grid, so we kind of need to retain that. So there's a happy balance. We've obviously shaded the color as well to represent the rarity, to try and help. We had a few people just saying, oh, it was difficult to identify just from the bar on the left. So from it, just like a good sort of quality of life change so that people can see it better. So, you know. But yeah, so. But obviously everything says attack here. It's not going to say attack. That was placeholder, right? Don't stress about that. That's just a placeholder text. Because at the time when I was designing this, we didn't have any coded thing. It's all pretty much ready to go. We're just making sure that when you optimize, the optimizer sort of part of the job is basically going to say, you know, read those Ascension stats you've got and assume them as part of the, is this the best build? At the moment, it reads the stats, it's just not using them. So that's what we're working on at the moment. So that's hopefully coming tonight, as long as we don't hit any sort of thing. I thought it was already in maintenance. Has it gone back under maintenance? Has it just gone back under maintenance again? Yeah, there's a 0.5% chance to get ancient shards. So still farming it, you. So we did get a bit of a win already today, seeing as though we're not kicked out yet. I needed to ascend a piece to make sure that the optimizer code was working. So I ascended my my lethal gloves. I'll take crit rate. One thing we did realize from the actual numbers is the crit rate benefit is a little bit worse than others, which is a bit disappointing. You can tell I've been busy today. Been very busy. Can you sell gear rolling services? Do you really want me to do gear cleanses? We witnessed last time we did a gear cleansing stream how terrible I am at gear cleansing. I would not even pay myself to cleanse my own gear. That's how bad I am. So I pulled out all the different roll ranges here, put it against this little kind of, you know, 6-star. And I also pulled out this. So we're going to have a look at both. So these are the roll ranges you can get. These are how it all rolls. 4-star obviously is less important for most people here. Probably, you know, if you are rolling 4-star gear, I wouldn't ascend it. I wouldn't bother even ascending most 5-star gear unless it's really good 5-star gear. So in terms of like the roll ranges, there is variations between stars. So for example, HP obviously scales a lot better on 6-star to 5-star. Crit rate doesn't really change. Crit rate, you get a linear. The only change of crit rate is a 4-star 3 is 1% less than a 4-star, a 5-star, or a 6-star 3. Otherwise, crit rate is about the same benefit. Crit damage, again, is the same. Look, it's linear throughout. The percentages are linear throughout, apart from this change here. At around 3-star, it jumps. Now, the good news about this, it's not like upgrading artifacts where most of the time, 12 to 16 is a big upgrade in stats, right? Getting to 16 artifact is big. It's very linear. The only place it's not linear is crit damage, where you jump from this like 14 to 20. So there's like 6% difference. So it's nearly about half of the current stat is then required to get to the 6. That's the only poor way. So it's about 50-40%, where this is about 30% on the other percentages. So these are the stats you can get. I don't know how we ended up on 29 accuracy. Why we couldn't just have it 30, I don't know, but we've ended up on 29. It is around about, on average, 30%, which is what this chart shows here, right? I basically pulled out the max 6-star primary stat for each type of stat you can get, and then compared it against the Ascension bonus that we just saw in this table, and compared how much extra bonus primary stat we're getting from the Ascension. Now, this is why I said crit rate is a pretty poor Ascension bonus, because you're only getting about 17% comparatively. So you could argue that you want crit damage on crit damage, not crit damage on crit rate, because it's just not as much stat. You can find your crit rate elsewhere, right? But you're not getting as much stat for your Ascension oil as you would get from crit damage. Speed's about 27%. They've picked around about 30% as a number here. That seems pretty clear, apart from crit rate. So I don't really know why we've gone to the crit rate position. So yeah, Kessel. So the way that we try to do premium is anything that enhances your experience is basically a premium feature, right? So I can use everything in the optimizer, but if I want to know more details, or I want it to do it quicker or more efficiently or better, then I pay a premium feature for that. That's how we try to balance the kind of premium versus free. We don't ever want to lock features behind a paywall, but at the same time, we've got to pay for a good team. You know, that's myself included. There's different things. We work full time on this. We want to bring the best thing. If we don't have premium features, then we're never going to be able to develop all the things we have been able to do. So is this in an article somewhere? We are going to be writing probably tomorrow an ultimate guide to Artifact Ascension, where we will include all of these stats in better visuals, in better descriptions, and then giving you kind of advice. I think Never's done a do's and don'ts initially of an Artifact Ascension today, to try and help people just like making their first steps in the Artifact Ascension world. But this was interesting for me, just to note that crit rate as an Artifact Ascension stat is the worst stat out of the bunch to get. So when we're looking at like, okay, what do I really want for my Seer here? What do I want? Well, I want crit damage, attack percentage, or accuracy, because it doesn't really matter what I get there. It's about a pretty good roll. If I want the accuracy, I can have it, but I might just prefer attack percentage for the A1. On boots, I want attack percentage. And then here I'd go attack, attack, attack. Pretty much if you want anything on the top, it's going to be your primary damage dealing ability. Unless you're trying to be tanky, then you would go HP or defense, but HP is probably better. Again, the flat bonuses here are equal, so it doesn't really matter. You're getting 30% of what you would get off the primary. It is, Liam. Yeah, so Liam, I think what they've basically said is they don't want you to get to 100% crit rate so easily, so they've penalized you there, right? But if we compare it to a 60% primary crit rate, you're not getting as much. So that's why they've that's why they've put a lower one. So yeah, they're messing around with the maintenance. Maybe they weren't quite ready. So but that was an interesting find for me. In terms of like how much stats we're able to get in total, well, I suppose if we look at, say, let's just pull up the raid optimizer a second, because we can use the champions here. Let's find a... So if we look at my Baron, right? Baron has got 1574 attack. So if we look at, say, the stats here, right, and we kind of look at Baron's artifacts, we're going to go, okay, well, we want attack, 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 right? So we want 80 times attack. So we can basically, in a new Excel here, we're killing time until we can actually get into the game, because I'm not going to start doing anything in the game if they're going to just bring it down for maintenance. So if we go like, how much can my... Because it's been a big question mark around the community about how much this is actually going to influence the game. So if we look what we want here, we basically want attack on Baron, right? There's no point in us getting HP or defense. We don't really care about that. We want attack. So we're going to take 80 here, 80 here, and 80 here, right? The gloves, we probably want crit damage, because based on this chart here, we get more crit damage stat than we do crit rate. I can find my crit rate elsewhere, right? The difference is quite large. I could get 10% crit rate or 20% crit damage. Do I want a little bit from a lethal set, or do I want another flawless execution or another crit damage set? I'll take the crit damage set. So I'll take an extra 20% crit damage. So we'll call that 0.2. And chess then, I think, can only roll... Yes, okay. I can never remember what it rolls. I need to get that chart up on the website as well. Like this little handy chart here. So chest plate can only roll accuracy, resist, or the flat stats. So really we want attack percentage on the chest. So we're going to go here for attack percentage. And then the boots, I would just take attack percentage again. I don't really care for speed. I just want attack percentage, right? So in terms of how much actually total can we get from Baron, we're talking he's got a base attack of 1575. So that basically means he's going to get 80, 80, 80. This is going to be that times that. And then we get crit damage here. So in total, my Baron, if he gets it fully, will get about 870 attack and 20% crit rate. Crit damage. So 870 attack is a lot. And the good thing is you don't need to RNG that, right? As long as I get the roll on it, it's fine. So... Greek, it probably means that the 5th member didn't have any gear. So if you see slots in the team optimizer where there's empty slots, either they didn't use a champion or they used a champion that had no gear, so we exclude them. And what I've actually been doing a little bit is looking at this and thinking, well, this piece is pretty good, right? So I can literally just go in here and go, okay, I got 60 oil. I want attack. What am I going to get? I got attack. Awesome, right? That's cool. This is a great thing. I can max that now. Great. I can use all my oil. I can get it to the top level. Happy days, whatever. I don't know why I can only go to 4, probably because I don't have enough superior, right? So I can just waste some of my tier 1, which I can farm pretty quickly, to find out whether this piece is going to be any good. So that's cool, right? I can do it as well for the boots if I wanted to. But I'm also considering, like, you know, is this actually going to add any value? You know, I wanted attack there. I didn't want HP or anything else. That's awesome. So oil on the top pieces is not terrible, right? If we think of the split, okay, yes, bottom pieces give me a lot more percentage, but we know there's a lot more variance. Whereas I've got a 30% chance that I could get 240 more attack, which is a ring. So technically the top row is not terrible because you get less variance, right? Now, I wouldn't necessarily say go and do all your top row straight away, but in terms of, like, if I compare it to what I can get on a glove, if I was to do this, you know, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different possible outcomes, of which I only want 1 or 2. So I've got a very low chance that I'm going to get what I want in gauntlets, whereas up here I've got a 33% chance I'm going to get what I want. So in terms of where I'm putting my oil, I could just literally put all my champions, get an extra 240 attack, and the damage combined in my clan boss team could make 1 million, which might be a better distribution for my oil early on. I'm not saying that's the right strategy, I'm just saying that's a strategy you can use. And again, it depends on the pieces. Like I only did that piece because it's a triple roll crit damage, where I'm looking at that and going, it's not the best piece I've got on my account, right? I could go to someone like Lady Kimmy, for example, who's wearing this chest piece, and go, well, that's basically as perfect as it's going to get unless it was legendary. So I might as well ascend that. Do I get accuracy? No, I got attack percentage. Okay, it's not the end of the world. It's not great, but I probably won't ascend that any further. Why? Because I don't actually want damage on her. It just is what it is. So that's what you're kind of looking at, is you want to make sure you do your big pieces first, right? So up here, for example, I want attack. I don't really have any crazy pieces, so I probably won't do any of those pieces. You know, I could look at my Baron here and look at these pieces and go, have I got anything crazy? So that's a double roll. It's okay. It's kind of average. It's kind of average. That's a good piece. It's kind of average, right? So that's what we're kind of looking at. Crit rate with attack percentage. Interesting. Attack percentage with that. Now I could go down to here and find this new piece that I got, which is this. This I would instantly oil, right? Because what do I get? Flat HP. Pretty lame. I'm not going to upgrade that any further. So that's the RNG you're going to get. So you can see almost instantly how I think it's going to be quite difficult that it is going to have a massive impact anywhere. Until we have an opportunity to re-roll this, the RNG is going to be extremely high that I think is actually... It's going to have an impact, but it's not going to break the game like everyone has said. I don't know. Let me have a look. Does ascending gear change the gear removal cost? The answer is no. Yeah, so Genes, people who have major multipliers, we're talking the man-eaters of the world, if they can get a lot of attack flat rolling, that 80 flat attack is a very valuable asset. So speed is really low value these days. So this is the thing, a lot of people are saying, oh, 12 speed on boots, that's crazy. Speed is very low value. Yes, Doozer, so what they did is obviously the new boss has a new passive. Where is he? Over here. The new boss has a new passive, which basically means that he can have sleep. They forgot to include Nogdar's 4008 type. So, Alex D with the super chat, is Balinor's buff pointless without Xavier? No, absolutely not. Because for most content, you don't need high accuracy, right? I don't think you can use him as an arena nuker because I don't think you want to be debuffing to start with. But you don't need Xavier to make this guy work. Where is he? Over here? You know, you've basically got a 3-turn. Doesn't even need books technically. 100% chance to place a decreased defense and weaken for 2 turns. And he also veils himself and he'll do that AoE with basically no book requirements. I don't think there is a single champion in the game that can do that ability without requiring books on that low of a cooldown. Obviously, we've got the champions like Lydia, but I'm pretty sure she needs books to be 100%. She needs 4 books to be 100%. You've got Draco, who does do it on weak affinity. You know, he is fine to do it because he places, but he needs books to get it to a 3-turn cooldown. I'm trying to think of the other champions that do AoE, decreased defense, and weaken. Venus is the other one. Venus needs books as well. So he is the only champion in the game that is a unbooked 3-turn, 100% chance AoE, decreased defense, and weaken, and he's void. So I think he's very good. We're snacking tonight on pop chips because I haven't eaten all day. Pretty bad. Yeah, he's basically a nerf for Bat Eater, because against a single target, he's doing less damage, but for an overall wave content, he's quite good. His new multiplier pocket is 4.2. So it's around about a 26% damage loss. Roxham's the other one, yeah. The problem with Roxham is you just never get the right setup in the right place, right? To some extent, where is Roxham? To some extent, you don't want this ever to be an underveil AoE. If it's a single target, this hits really hard, but this like conditional stuff, it's just a bit of a nightmare. I don't know. They're meant to be popped, not fried. They're kind of addictive. I eat the whole bag sometimes, it's really bad. Yeah, he needs books and he's only a 4-turn. Ardes. I think Balinor is potentially... So he doesn't have the AoE HP burn, but he is potentially better than Venus because he brings that irresistible effect if you bring Zarvia with him. But he's also... where is Venus is Sacred Order. Venus is like tankier by a lot faster. So if you want just a supportive debuffer, Venus is better. If you want a champion that basically is the same supportive but with a bit more damage to him, keep in mind he brings a 24% aura to all battles, he brings a 30% crit buff to all allies, he has this kind of weird ability that kind of hits hard but you don't really use it. What is... You always get caught on the cable. What? Yes. Honestly. Geek, it probably didn't have one. If you're seeing 4-man in Iron Twins, it probably didn't have a 5th one. Yeah, if Zarvia's on the same team, those debuffs can't be resisted. And Zarvia, he activates this ability now, which is actually a massive damage increase. It basically means hit this ability, when he uses it, is effectively 89% stronger, because this hits a lot harder than this. You lose the buff, but you hit more damage, so I suppose it trades. And then Zarvia gets Poison Rain. So he can use his A3 to put poisons out with Zarvia and bring the decreased defense and weaken. Then she can come in and nuke. So you could, I think, run a Balinor Wave Clear, maybe? I feel like the clever thing would have been to make it so that this activated his insurmountable ability, right? This ability. So then he comes in with his A4, she poisons, he places the debuffs, and then she can come in with a nuke. Then you have a pretty good wave clear. So yeah. Have they finished the maintenance yet? I haven't left the game. It hasn't kicked me out. Has it actually gone live through? Or is it still bug reports? Why is someone pinging me? I don't know, someone's pinging me in the... I bug reported it to player and someone's pinging me in their bug reports channel. Have they taken it out of maintenance now? When is it? 2020. It's been 10 minutes. It's probably... Game's working for you. Right, okay, let's just restart it to make sure. We'll find out. It doesn't really matter, KL. I think the buff is quite low anyway. I don't think the buff has that much of an impact on the damage build. You might find it finds the same build. Nogdar is fixed. I can tell you, if I looked at the code, I could tell you almost instantly what they've done. It's passives and we're good to go. Just the patch notes, is it? Loads of different patch notes. We'll do a full champion breakdown tomorrow. There's some cool little bug fixes that are in the bullet points down here that are actually quite relevant. So, yeah. Right, so we're going to do a bit of like daily stuff first before we get started. I was trying to use this auto climb Doom Tower, but it was bugging out for me. Let's see if it's working now, shall we? What was happening with Nogdar? So basically Nogdar would... he's got a A3 ability, which basically he takes 50% HP off himself, and then he sets the target, the HP of the target, at the same level of his HP. So the boss is not meant to have exchange HP effects, but he did. So basically what would happen is you'd have a revive on Death Champion, Nogdar would revive, he'd use his A3, set himself to 0% HP, puts the boss at 1 HP, you go love tap in 1 time and you win. So... exactly, Kessel. That's a pretty good TLDR. Not so great against... he's still pretty okay. He's just not as good for Clan Boss. He's about 26% weaker for Clan Boss. But he's now better for wave content. You get the bug where the boss sleep disappears the instant you put it on it. Are you putting the sleep on it just so he takes a turn, or are you hitting it? Keep in mind the way that passive, the slumber counter is coded is really dumb. Any sort of attack is going to count as an attack. War Master, Phantom Touch, hitting it, doing any sort of attack on it at all will count. So you need to run champions in that encounter without War Master. It's counterintuitive to the way we run the game, but that's what we got to do. Can I just auto the horrendous double Siffy wave here? I wonder. Might have to take it off. Oh, we got a man down. Of course, you know the issue with running Gurgo here now that they've changed Pixniel, Pixniel's damn immune to all these stupid freezes, so I'm just giving Pixniel turn meter count. It's always the thing when they do any sort of champion rebalances. It affects the champions in the Doom Tower we have to face. I'm going to do 25. Well, I'm going to try to do 25. Yeah, I climbed it, Mullet. I unlocked the stages, but I didn't do any real farming at the top level. I basically unlocked it and I ran it one more time to show people, but that's it. So... yes, exactly. But as they haven't changed his other abilities, Jesper's effectively 26% weaker, right? Because he would have been doing 100% before, he's now doing 26% less on the A2, therefore he's doing 100. He's doing about 26% less damage than what he was doing before. You can finally farm the Dark Fae last level. I actually need to check if my team is still working for that. Yeah, exactly, Swiftcut. That's the thing. Like, they change all these champions to make them relevant, and then we got to fight them in the Doom Tower. Yeah, it doesn't work, Koala. I thought it might do because I couldn't tell, but it's another one of those usual situations where they didn't put the passive on the actual skill descriptions. So he basically reduces poison damage by 90%. So you can't activate poisons on him. $2,400 energy. Wow. We might struggle here. We might have to bring a Romantu to deal with this wave. Depends if we get a revive off. Ah, there we go, Lydia. Well, Gurgo's dead again. Gurgo's alive again. Obam's a valid strategy. I don't know. Maybe Gaius could be. It could be a strategy. I've got a Gaius so we can tell. I don't think I've got him booked. That's the only problem. Whoa. We got this done though. Yeah, it's a pretty low chance, Tom. I think the thing is with the Ascension, it's so variable that I think that's a good thing, right? Because if it was it's already somewhat predictable in the sense that, will you? Someone kill the Rotus. What? How many extra turns are you gonna get? Kill the Rotuses. There we go. That's what we do. I think if you've got some guarantees, right? So if you roll the right substat, you're guaranteed to get the maximum rate. There's no variance in it. So I think it's a good thing. Is it gonna work? What's the point of adding a new feature if it doesn't work? Okay. It's fine. It's all good. It's not a problem. fine. It's all good. I know, that's it. Like, if you're gonna release a feature as what I would say relatively low value, it's a nice feature, I like it, but I can do it with RSL Helper, right? If you're gonna release those features, you need to damn well make sure they work before you go and release them, because what's the point? You just released that now, you broke more things, and now you gotta fix it. Like, test it before you put it live. Clearly it was never working to start with. Like, I didn't even have to I tried once to use and it broke, so clearly it was not it's not like working enough that it didn't test it thoroughly enough. Do you know if you start a Doom Tower boss to farm it, you have to press auto every single time you start the run? Wait, what? They broke the Doom Tower boss auto farming as well? Oh, come on. Like... So, the quality of life... It works if you turn off super raids. Great. So, basically, I can auto, I just have to do twice as many battles, or I have to manual, I can do half as many battles. I feel like that's a bad deal whichever way I go. It's like... Oh, come on. I try to give them... Like, with this Nogdar bug, I give them the benefit of the doubt, right? I can see exactly how it's happened. They've missed one champion that can do a unique thing that no other champions can do, and it happens to be one that actually breaks the boss considerably. It happens, right? You're not perfect. I can forgive them that, but things like, you know, we release a quality of life fix to make it easier for you to play the game, and all it does is it makes my life harder. I'm like, don't release it if you're not going to test it, right? Just don't bother. I'd rather deal with having to climb it manually than having to... I don't mind doing this, but if I now have to do the thing that I wasn't doing manually, then that's even worse. Like, just don't mess with it. And it's like, now, it doesn't auto start. I have to press auto every time. Would Black Knight work for the damage on the boss? No, not enough damage. You need max HP damage, I think. He's just so much defense. You need max HP. Like, Acrisia is going to be dominant. I kid you not. Acrisia will be the fastest way to do this. Because the thing with all the other bosses, like, if we compare the stats, right? While that's running, being boring. Alright. If we run the stats... When you compare Fire Knight 25, which has a defense of 4,335, direct damage dealers, when you put decreased defense and weaken on, can do some pretty good numbers, right? That is a pretty good thing. Yes, he's got less HP maybe than the bosses, but it means you can actually bring people like Halsring, people like, you know, even Sears A1 can do a bit of damage against this. But when you have bosses like the Iron Twins, which I've broken that I need to fix later, apparently according to this, which has got like, you know, 26,000 defense, or when we go to the Sand Devil, he's got 14,000 defense. Like, your direct damage dealer is just not going to hit, it's not going to do any damage. You cannot, that's like 85% damage reduction permanently on, even with decreased defense. The only way you get through that is bringing champions like Acrisia, which has ignore defense or max HP. Armigas will probably be the best damage dealer for this if you haven't got Acrisia. That's my opinion. I think Armiga will be the champion you pick to deal damage against this boss if you don't have Acrisia, and it's so dumb. I have to resort to that option. And even look at the numbers here, right? 270 speed, but remember, every time you hit him 5 times, he gets 50% turn meter. So that's de facto 400 to 500 speed boss with 500 resistance and 600 accuracy. So not only do I need to be fast, I need to be tanky because his multipliers are quite high. I also need high accuracy because I've got to beat 525 resistance. And sure, you can bring decreased defense and you can bring decreased accuracy and you can bring decreased resistance, increased accuracy, increased resistance. But you can't reliably maintain a decreased accuracy debuff when he full cleanses himself. Also, you've got to dodge the fact he puts decreased accuracy on yourself. This is going to be the problem with this boss. These stats are overtuned for the amount of mechanics that you're going to need to manage compared to other bosses. I haven't tried it, bombs. I haven't seen anyone try bombs. Obviously, Gaius would be the one we go to. So I'm just going to fix a bit of coding issue that I've created somewhere or somehow. Now, I do personally want to find a pretty good farm for this dungeon because I think it is worth farming. It is an end game farm. It's not really an early game farm. I wouldn't rush to get people, you know, to do it. So I'm just bug fixing something I broke earlier, apparently, which I should have checked. Which is really bad of me. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's not. That one is okay. It's just spirit is bad. What did I do wrong? So you can find all of the different champions, all the different stats now. They're all on the stages tool. So if you want to know how many stats you need to be each different stage, how much speed you need, how much accuracy you need, it's all on there. All right, let's just run this to fix this little problem. There we go. Where was I? Sorry, guys, I was just bug fixing. I circle back to that. Maybe you should be beating this boss. It's not that you shouldn't be beating it. I think... So my level of account should be able to beat stage 25, right? Cool. I don't necessarily... I don't really think I should be speed farming it in like 10 seconds like you can with a lot of dungeons these days. But I do think like the speed is the problem. If it was 25% turn meter fill with 270 speed, it's okay. If it's 200 speed with 50% turn meter fill, it's okay. 270 speed with 50% turn meter fill is a lot of turn meter filling. Why am I losing this? I know the Yoshis are fast and get speed bursts because of the shield. It's probably because of the stupid fear. Damn Yoshis. We have to wait a turn. Let's extend everyone. There we go. Koala, I've already seen a 1 minute 17 farm on auto on stage 25 with double Acrisia, Siphi, Riho, Cardial. Basically endgame. But you are right, like, Anthony has got it exactly spot on. My account is endgame. It may not be like super endgame, but it is in like the stages where I'm trying to find like 10 seconds here or 5 seconds there. I'm looking at pushing clan boss to like 200 million. I'm at that point where I'm finding 1% gains, which is what I would normally consider as endgame. I'm nowhere near some of these Krakens. Like, Arsalan has got 3 Acrisias and 3 of them are ascended. I've got none. I don't even have like half the meta, so, you know. No, I don't think they should be able to beat... So, cool. I think you should be able to be challenged by it. I don't want to use the same champions and auto-farm it to death. Like, that's fine. But I think maybe the speeds are a little bit too much. Maybe. Like, keep in mind, right, so one argument that Hellhades often makes is he wants the ability to have, you know, the content scale, right? So you start at level 10, and then as you climb, it helps you get, you know, better at the dungeon. It kind of isn't doing that, because if you think about it, the stats you're gaining from the artifact ascension that you would essentially get from climbing the tower is not very relatable to the actual requirements that they've set for that level. You know, you get 12 speed, but he's about 20 speed faster than any other dungeon boss. And he's got about 300 more accuracy than 300 more accuracy and about 300 more resistance than most other bosses apart from Bommel. You only get like 29 accuracy. You know, you're getting less than a perception set, but they want you to get stats that are more than double the other bosses. So I think that's the other issues as well, right? You're not really progressing by climbing higher. It's going to, I think it's going to come down to, do you have a reho? If you don't have a reho, you're already struggling. And I think that's going to be my main bugbear with it. It's not about difficulty. It's about we're locking the dungeon out to having a champion. This was my main complaint about Hydra when it came out. They made it Perfect Veil. The only Perfect Veil champion that was really of any relevance and reliability at the time was Duchess. So you're locking the entire content behind the requirement of having Duchess or Shamael. Oh, this stupid floor is doing my head in. Yeah, Reho is going to be amazing. I have a Reho. We're going to be building a Reho tonight. So, I suppose, yeah, they'll add content, they'll add champions. Like, I know for a fact the Christmas Fusion is like, I don't know for a fact, but I would be pretty confident that the Christmas Fusion is going to have a sleep champion, right? It's going to be good. We're probably all going to be sitting there going, damn, I really wish I could get the epic or the legendary fusion, because it's going to be required. Like, Tutora was like that last year, right? We were all sitting there saying Hydra's really difficult. Tutora solved the problem that a lot of people had. We're just going to manual these last few floors. This team can do it. It just takes longer if I have to auto it. Riho basically places 5 debuffs on one ability with one attack. No, I don't think any champion can pump out as many debuffs in one ability. I think she's got the highest count. I think some of the new champions are pretty good. Corvus and Noct are going to be very good. Noct especially. Chigor is actually very valuable. I've been speaking to Scratch and a few other people, and I think they found a lot of success with Chigor. I didn't think he was going to be good, but I think the 75% chance is a lot better than a 50% chance. Even though, you know, we know it's better, it's 25%. It actually is a lot better than 25%. I don't know, and I was actually surprised that his passive actually works. I didn't think his passive would work. So that was another thing. Tomblord does 4, not 5. And the problem with Tomblord is he's got a triple hit A1. That's the issue. Where, at least with Noct, he brings double sleep as well as his poisons. And people like Corvus can extend the debuffs. Because that's the thing. You can get yourself... You can get yourself the first rotation, which I'm going to go through once I finish my dailies here, because I haven't had a chance to do my dailies, and that's kind of important. Once you do the first rotation, you've got to go back around and redo your rotation. So it's kind of like Corvus is nice because he extends those poisons when you do get that secondary rotation off. Why do you want to put the debuffs on, and do you want to be unique, not 10 poisons? You need quantity, not quality. Nama is number 1. Nub, I've put Nama in my list of one of the best options. You get a 4, I think it's 4 debuffs on the A3 on a single hit on a 3-turn cooldown. You get an extension on the A1 for debuffs, and you also get a heal and decrease attack on the A2, which is equivalent to how many poisons she's put out. She's a single hit champion. She is going to be very good. She's easy to keep alive as well. So I think Nama is 100% an option that I was looking at. I don't have her, but I would say she's a better option compared to Tomblord. I actually think Nama is very good for Iron Twins as well. I think her value is going up. The thing about Nama as well, you need a lot of accuracy for this boss. Let me show you why Nama is actually really good. I didn't want to click the button. I don't want to buy anything, Plarium. Go away. Silly thing. Nama. The good thing about Nama, she has an 80 accuracy aura. If you're struggling to hit the stat burden, Nama is going to be very good. as I said, you get a triple hit, a triple poison. So you get 3 poisons and a poison 7 sensitivity in 4 turns for 3 turns. Okay, he's going to cleanse it. Fine. Once you get past the first cleanse and you can reapply this, great. Single attack. She has a single attack, 3 turn on a 3 turn cooldown, 100% uptime, decrease attack, and she heals everyone, which is important for the max HP restoration, by 2% per poison and 15% of her HP. One thing we need to keep in mind, guys, when we're doing this dungeon, if you're losing HP on your champion and you get a heal from someone like who heals in this game? I forget who heals. It needs to be a targeted one. Let's just take Wither, right? So Wither gives you a continuous heal, right? Continuous heal is your maximum HP. So if you've lost max HP from a destruction, then your effective healing is reduced. So what you often see with Geomancers, they get targeted with a heal based on his max HP. He's on 0 HP, so he can't heal for anything. So because he can't heal for anything, he can't restore anything. So it's going to be important that you take note and look at abilities where they say, who is the heal based upon? Who specifically? So with Naemeh, it's her HP. So as long as she's got HP left, she could restore a Geomancer's HP bar, right? Because she's got HP she can convert into a restoration when he's slept. So it's good that it's her HP, not the target's HP. You also get an A1 here. Single attack has a what is it, 60% chance of increasing the duration of 3 random debuffs on the target. Great, we want to keep debuffs up. She's actually really, really strong for Iron Twins, because you stick the accuracy aura in, you make a super tanky with high accuracy, and then you just keep A1ing. The burn from Geomancer never falls off, and you get like a backup decrease attack if you need. She's like, actually, I think she's better than Aox. You need the speed on her to be able to A1, and as long as you have low damage, Aox obviously doesn't need to attack, but you can almost guarantee you're always going to extend the burn all the time. I think Sent tested this for me once, and he got to like 60 turns on a burn. Minaya is a flat HP. Minaya is actually one of the few champions that do it based on a fixed HP. And it's actually quite bad because of it. Was she Bannerlords? Yeah. Yeah, 10,000 HP. This would be quite good, because it's a fixed HP, right? It's not based on a target HP. So that's what you got to keep in mind, though. With enemy destruction of HP, the more HP you lose, the less valuable your heal becomes. And if you're not being healed by a target at someone else's HP, then you are not going to recover any HP. It's going to get worse. It's very, very... I would say this is one of the best boss design kits. I know people hate it for the difficulty and different things, but the kit, all of it kind of makes sense, right? You need accuracy to land debuffs. He puts decreased accuracy out. You want to sleep him, and you've got 5 turns to get it, so you need champions that can debuff a lot but not hit a lot. You've got to also be able to take the first hit and have a revive on death solution. It's a very well designed, balanced kit. Everything kind of makes sense with it. You haven't just got random things thrown together. They've thought well about it. It's also the first boss that I've seen that they have successfully managed to deal with just turn meter dropping without having to I'm a bit slow here. We're okay. It is the first boss that I've seen where they've been able to deal with the issue of just turn meter drop it to death, right? All the Doom Tower bosses, they had to basically put on 50% turn meter reduction passives to stop people just turn meter dropping it all the time. They haven't had to do that with this boss, because they've made it so that if you turn meter drop him, you get punished so heavily, you don't want to do it. So... But it is a shame that a lot of 3-hitters are getting excluded. I also think it's a bit dumb that War Master's counting. Because normally when you build these types of teams, like my Bommel team, all of my damage is War Master. That's where I'm getting my damage from. So the fact I can't use War Master here means I have to basically rely on enemy max HP nuking. The only good thing we've got is you can get around the fact that you don't need to deal with anything other than the first Feasting Swarm. Because he won't ever Feasting Swarm again so long as you keep your sleep up, you don't need to worry about that big nuke every turn. You can basically do it once, and then once it's locked out, you don't have to worry about it again. So, no, my opinion was, when I was hearing a lot of negativity and a lot of content creators struggling, not specifically you, but just generally, like I heard people were saying they couldn't get it down. I know Colbrew was struggling, they were trying different strategies. My opinion on it was going to require everyone to completely remove their biases in this game. They couldn't just go, slot Geo in, job done. We can't just slot in XYZ. It was the first time, I think in a long time, we've had to actually go, we need to completely think about how the whole thing works. And that has taken a few days. But I think it's actually quite a well-designed boss. I just think it's going to be like Clan Boss, where if you've got a Clan Boss speed 2 and you get it right, it'll give you high success. If you don't, you're going to get it really bad, and it's going to suck. And I think that's the difference. It is actually more like a Clan Boss speed tune you need to do than anything else. So I've been speaking with Deadwood about this. We are working on trying to maybe make a calculator, a speed tune calculator. There are things we need to account for, like hit counts and speed debuffs and things, but we think it's possible. He's done a lot of work already. I'm sure he'll be putting content out, but I work with him on trying to keep his calculator up to date and everything. So that could be cool. Hopefully we can get something out. Hey, Carnifex. Yeah, I've already got a Muckstalk. I was way ahead of you, Nub, there. I was looking at different things. I tried the old Hellhound, and then I was like, I think the stats are going to be a problem here. And then I saw some of the news about the speed, and I was like, the stats are definitely going to be a problem here. So Hellhound is like, I didn't 60 him, thankfully. He's at 50, but I was like, nah, he's not going to do it. Tell you what, if I had test server, I'd have found these bugs. Unfortunately, they give test server to content creators and expect content creators to be able to sit there for hours on end when it's not really the case. Whereas obviously I have more time on my hands. Like, people have families and kids. It's getting to Christmas time. They can't just be, sitting there and doing nothing. Now, I changed my team here. I gotta remember. I can't remember if I broke it. So this will be interesting to see if my team still works. So looking okay so far. I do have a cat, yeah. The key thing with the boss is, and this is where it's very cleverly designed, you have to hit it 5 times, otherwise you're going to face Feasting Swarm, but you don't want to hit it so quickly that you can't get your debuffs out. It's finding that right balance, right? You want to be at that position where you're basically doing it enough. What? No. So, one thing I was going to test. One thing I was going to test. There is a boss, there is a champion, Marquise, that places on a 50% chance an unremovable sleep. So we're probably going to waste some energy tonight to see if the boss actually removes that. I mean, it's true, Nub. I'm still trying to get Fortis fixed, but they won't listen to me. They say Fortis works as intended, but it doesn't. But, I mean, it's up to them. The key thing for me is I would really enjoy being able to help them find these troubles and not necessarily have to basically figure it out themselves. Like, often I'll bug fix it and I'll find the problem and try and give it to them. If they want to take that and use it, fine. If not, well, it's whatever. The cat is being indignified right now. Let me see if I can move the camera. Hang on. She is basically, what? I can't see. What? Mind the rest. She's basically turned her face away from me in a chair, fast asleep. That's what she does. She'll wake up in a bit and she'll meow and then she'll be like, I want attention, probably. There we go. Final boss down. Auto farm. Right, where were we? I lost my window. Yeah, she's got this, like, she's kind of turned her head away. It's a chair. I think she's enjoying the radiator because it's a bit cold in the UK at the moment. So I need to do my silver keys. One thing I want to test. So basically, I've got the data now on the new rewards, right? So secret rooms. Basically, if you're a late game player, you'll never do a normal secret room after the next rotation. Yeah, I was about to say that. So the way that secret rooms are going to work now, going forward, is once you finish the key, once you finish the fragment champs, right? You've got the last fragment champs. You're going to get materials from the next boss. Okay, so if I'm secret room 2, I'm going to get scarab materials. Secret room 3, I'm going to get griffin. The way they've done it, 1 to 9 per room is going to give you about 50 rare materials per room. And I think 10, 11, 12 on normal is going to give you 30 epic materials. On hard, it changes slightly. But basically, the last 3 rooms on hard are going to give you 30 legendary fragments. So 12 here, for example, when I get all the legendary fragments in like 2029 or whatever year it's going to be, that will give me 30 of the Dark Fae legendary fragments. It's pretty meh. What I want to do actually is run 7 of these. I don't know if we've got time to do it on stream. We'll see some. I wanted to run basically 15 keys to see how much it compares to 1 secret room. Obviously, 1 secret room is 1 key and you get 1 key back. That's it. No magisteel. No anything else. There's no forged materials in terms of anything else. It is literally just 1 material. And then I think on hard, it's basically 1 to 4 is 40 or 50 rare. 1 to... I got it written down somewhere. Hang on. I wrote it somewhere. There we go. So hard 1 to 5, you're going to get 25 epic forged materials of the subsequent boss layer. 5 to 8, you're going to get 50, and then 9 to 12, you're going to get 30. So in total, the Doom Tower secret rooms are going to give you... What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 25 times 4. 100, 200. So Doom Tower hard secret rooms are going to give you 300 epic and 90, 9, 10, 11, 12, is it 120 legendary? But obviously it's going to be per type, right? So you might as well think I'm going to get basically 25, 50 and 30 for one particular thing. So if we're talking about Dark Fae here, I'm going to get 75 epic and 30 legendary, which translates to what? Is it 5, isn't it? So it's like 6 pieces I can craft. I don't know whether I haven't decided whether it's good or not, because I wanted to basically run this to see how much I got on 15 keys. Yeah, but it's not really 60 pieces of gear though, cool, right? Because let's face it, we don't really care about... like, if we're being honest, the gear you're getting, you want Lethal, Griffin, maybe Fatal if it's a good piece, and Scarab. You don't care for Affinity Breaker, it's useless. Bloodthirst, you outpace it before you need it, really. It's more for a normal Doom Tower than a hard Doom Tower. Then you've got the Frost set is kind of niche but not really useful. Bommel set, you just never farm it. It's good, but you just never farm it. But look, 1 key has given me 7 legendary, or 2 keys has given me 7 legendary fragments. So if we're talking about a room that used to give me champions, is now going to give me, if I get this a lot, you know, 2 keys that's given me 7. If I high roll half of these keys now, so I've got 13 left. If I high roll 7, I could get another, what's that, 49 legendary fragments. So my daily run is giving me more than 1 secret room a month. I feel like it's too low. I feel like they missed an opportunity. They could have put some soul stones in there. They could have put some, like, maybe extra forge charms. You know, make it worth me doing it, because I guarantee you, like, why do I care about 50 rare materials? It's like 1,000 silver. I'll never do, after I get Krakoth, I will probably never do a secret room Doom Tower again on normal, because there's no value in it. There's no value in it for me. You know, I don't think necessarily we should be, like, rolling in, like, good rewards from secret rooms. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying make it the best piece of content in the world, but it feels a bit poor that I have got a situation now where... Oh, we could be in a bit of bother here. Uh-oh, we failed because we resisted the... We resisted the thingy. Has he got enough accuracy? I re-geared my Hern Dig. Herny Dig. Hern Dog. Oh, he's a little bit low on the accuracy here. Let's just find him a speed with some accuracy. It's better. Overcaps him on crit rate. I don't really care. Probably don't need as much crit rate over here. We could probably take this off him. How much can I lose? 19%. I was hoping to gain a little bit more speed, really. Maybe I can take it off here. They did put the quality of life change, by the way, guys. If you change your equip now, they did put that in. That's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. There we go. That's a little bit better. A bit more accuracy on him. I messed around with the builds a little bit when I was destroying my account, basically. Hey Daniel, evening, welcome along. Would I still do it for silver keys? No, not really. To be honest, I've skipped one. Like, it's annoying that you end up on 15 silver keys. I often skip the 1 key because I can't be bothered to take it off, like, super raise just to do 1 key. So... yeah, agreed. Like, cool. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's a bit meh. Like, why can't they throw in, like, some soulstone coins? Or maybe, like, why can't I get just 1 soulstone at the top, maybe? I don't know. Like, maybe they could make it so you get 200, like, mortal soul stones, mortal soul coins, as you climb. So you get, like, I don't know, like, you think there's 24 rooms. Maybe you give people, like, 200 coins or something. That gives them, like, 4 or 5 tier 1 soul stones. It's not like we don't get like 8 from Hydra every week. So I think for the investment, they could have made it a little bit more fun. But ultimately, if I was thinking about building rare champions now to do the secret rooms, I'm probably not going to do it now, because why bother, right? Why am I going to sit there and slave away to get like 6-star rares done? There's no point. Don't need to. So Swift, if I was at 120 now, I won't skip anymore. But on the climb up, I just don't bother. Because unless you're farming like 120 Dark Fae, the rewards are just not worth 1 key. It's not worth my hassle. You get on average about enough for 1 per Iron Twins, cool. But what I would say is I think that's always, I've been long saying that's poor. But what they've done lately, if you notice, is they have they've basically put a lot more soul coins in all the different events, right? So I said for a long time, what we get out of the Iron Twins is not good enough, but they've supplemented it by basically pumping into events, which I think is a good idea. As long as they don't, you know, if I lose like 2 superior spirit potions or arcane potions, but I gain a I gain like 500 soul coins, I'll take that. That's a win for me. I think that's better. Yeah, we'll be doing that now. So I'm just trying to use some keys up because I've been so busy today with the update that I haven't had a chance to do some of my dailies. So I'm just trying to get some of them done. So there you go, I got 9 this time. So I've basically run 4 keys, and I've almost got half of the same from 1 key from 1 room that I can do once a month. I don't know, it feels a bit low to me, but there you go. Iron Twins should be the best place for souls. I agree, 100%. I think if they put the secret rooms, with the Iron Twins, I think if they do the void rates, then it's good, right? If they do the void rates every day, then I'm all for it. Oh, we haven't done our soul stone today. What are we going to get from our daily soul stone? Probably crap. Oh, it's an epic. It's a Rowan. What do I do with a Rowan? I don't want a Rowan. Go away. Disrespectful. So, I'm going to look. I don't know whether I can do this fast without an Ecclesia. You got a 5-star Muckstalker. Well, basically with Muckstalker, you probably want stats or defensive capabilities, right? So if we're talking about what blessing you want... He's not awakened yet. Let me find someone who's awakened here. So you can only do rare, right? So there's no point doing Dark Resolve if you don't get debuffed. That's pointless. You don't want Phantom Touch. Phantom Touch counts as an attack. You don't want that. Indomitable Spirit, you don't get CC'd. Miracle Heal could be good. Because keep in mind, if he heals himself... then obviously this is going to help. So if you've got a 5-star, 75% chance, a pretty good chance you're going to do that. I still think with this blessing, they need to make it so that at every single level it always restores max HP, and then it goes to 10, 20, 40, 50, or 10, 20, 30, 50. 50% of my max HP that I've lost should be restored per heal, not 15. It's virtually nothing. You could go Faultless Defense, although he only hits once, so that's not going to work. Hero Soul is probably the best DPS option. And then you've got this one here. It's not going to matter. You're not going to be CC'd. And you could go Survival Instinct if you want for when you get debuffs on you. So I think your options are either Hero Soul, Survival Instinct, or Miracle Heal. But to be honest, Miracle Heal probably. It's actually quite good for this area, Daniel. It is kind of pointless for Hydra because you always have the decay ahead up more than you have it not up, which means you're always on a kind of a neutral setting. But at least the boss is only doing 10%, not 15%, which basically means you always get a chance to regain 5% back. And obviously if he's healing, you can get a lot more. But in the rare category, there's nothing else you're going to really want to take for this boss other than Survival Instinct. So you might as well take Miracle Heal and try and get it faster. Get a bit of resistance. Otherwise, it's stats, and none of these give you access. Like, you could take Indomitable Spirit for accuracy and some tanky stats. That's the only one that gives accuracy. It's one of these two probably in the lights for it. Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. Like, I'm not sure. I like the fact that the top row is less variance, right? I'd rather take the flat stat, low variance, but the stats you get here are better benefits. So I'm a bit on the fence about it, really. I don't know. So this is the team I'm thinking of running. Let's get on this now. We've been dragging our feet a lot with various different problems. Now the problem with 25 is really going to be affinity for Muckstalker, right? Muckstalker is negative affinity, so I don't really want to run 25 at all because I just don't have the champion for it. I'm gonna hope that I either pick up Knocked, well, not even Knocked. I'm gonna hope that that the fusion champion is not a magic sleep champion. No, Luca, you're going to get soul stones. So the login change, which I think is actually probably a good change. At this position here, you're going to get 5 tier 1 soul stones. And at this position here, you're going to get 1 tier 2 soul stone. That's how it's going to work. I think the login change is good. It's certainly better than what we're getting. Not that Caesar's a bad champion, but I'm just tired of getting champions that I don't need. It should proc his healing, yeah. I can't remember what Nox's passive heal does. What is he? Yes, activation should activate his passive because activation activates the poison, so that's how it works. Gerda's problem is her A1's a triple hit, right? Gerda Bog Brew. Pretty sure that's the issue with Gerda. She would actually... What's the... Actually, no. Actually, I think Gerda's good for this. Except for this. This is probably the only bad thing about Gerda. But you could choose to run her without accuracy. Because these poisons here... If you run her with... So, Gerda's a bit of a weird champion because you have two ways to run her. You either run her with accuracy for the A3. So you get poisons here. Or you run her without the accuracy. You don't run weaken and you run poisons here. You kind of like... It's one of those kits where basically some of it works and some of it doesn't. So this isn't going to matter, right? Because unless they're under sleep, this doesn't matter. This will go on. It can't be resisted. So you could run a low accuracy... And she does have a cleanse, look. So you can get rid of all of the poisons. I actually think she's pretty solid for this. I think she's solid for the boss. I would give... No, Kessel. I would give Brimstone to Noct. Brimstone is way too powerful. We'd only look at Miracle Heal on a rare champion or an epic champion because there's not many options, but for legendaries, you always go Brimstone, I think, for this. Actually, now that I think about it, Gerda could be really interesting for this boss. You get a cleanse, built-in poisons which don't require accuracy, so you can build a lot of resistance and different things for her. Could be interesting. So, the team that I was thinking of running was the following. Stage 24, yeah. So, yeah, Nogdar's fixed. They fixed him already. So the only slot we need now is a reviver. So I need an AoE reviver. So I could go, option 1 is bring another sleep, and we bring Jamasa, right? Because with Jamasa, we get an AoE revive. We get this little passive thing that's pretty crap, but we get it anyway. And we also get a single target, targeted heal, and a fill for turn meter. So that will help me get back around to my reho. Why is it pinging me out of this all the time? But we get a backup sleep. So we put her in Stone Skin. Everyone dies, we revive, and then off we go, right? She's going to come in with her A2. We get cleanse and healing on the A3 with block debuffs. Very good, very important. Morrigan I actually think is legit built for this. Heal reduction that can't be removed. Decrease accuracy. Stop pinging me out. Game. Decrease speed. Muckstalker's asleep then, and then Armiga is basically reflex damage dealer. You know, he's in pretty good gear. 214, 3k defense. No accuracy. We don't want to drop turn meter. He's just there to do A2s. I'm thinking that's a good team. We need to build all these out. I haven't quite figured out how we're going to build them all, but we need to. Obviously, the challenge is we've got double brimstone, which is great. Means it's going to help us deal damage. It's going to keep that up a lot. So we need to build the reho first. So that's what we're going to do. Now, I was waiting for the stats, which we've now got, before we did anything. Because obviously we need the stats to know kind of how to build the champs. And we're going to go, for me right now, I feel like 24 is the only stage I can do. 24 would mean my entire team apart from, it would mean Jamasa's weak affinity, so she might die a lot. The other option I've got for a revive here is we don't bring Jamasa, we bring an Ugo. But then I wouldn't be able to run Warmaster on Ugo, and I kind of want Warmaster on Ugo. What order would you have on the champion? So it would basically go Reho debuff into Morrigan decrease speed into Nuke. We need to check attack count for a better word. I don't really want Mother Sibel. I don't think she brings enough. I could bring Duchess in as well. The only thing is Duchess doesn't bring any debuffs. And she would be weak affinity to 24. Or she'd be neutral to 24. Be on 24 to be safe. So if we go this. This. Where is she? I've been doing masteries on a bunch of them, so we have to do masteries as well. I don't know how some of them are, so I feel like my only accessible damage source is going to be max HP, and there's no better end game max HP nuker other than Acrisia than Armiga, because his cooldowns are so low. So we could use that. She would be weak affinity here. Should be the only one that's weak affinity. I like the fact that she's got a backup sleep, which is, I don't know whether how reliable or whether that's good or not. Sky Touch is just going to kill herself. That's the problem with Sky Touch. She kills herself. Yeah, but it's not that good, cool. The problem with Jamasa's ability is you only get the cooldown when you use the skill. So if Armiga uses his A2, he has a chance on a 20% rate to basically reduce that by one turn. But then if it doesn't happen, he has to wait until he reuses that ability. So it's not quite reflex like I thought it was going to be, because you physically have to use the ability, which is a problem. So we definitee need an AoE revive, and actually the options for AoE revive are limited. It's Ugo, it's Duchess, it's Jamasa, or it's like Tagore is a new guy that can do it. I can use Isala the Mourner potentially. That would give us a decreased attack and an increased attack buff, but she's got a turn meter reduction on the A1, so that's something to be worried about. Obviously I could run her with low accuracy. That would give us 50% turn meter, full health, increased defense and strengthen. We only need one revive. That's the thing. We only want one revive. We could do Mighty Uko. But again, Mighty Uko doesn't really bring much to the fight. I'm trying to find champions. I want a champion that's going to bring a lot to the fight. Like, Ugo's nice because she brings a leech, decreased defense and block buffs. And she brings more healing. Really, I'm relying on just one healer here. So I kind of need secondary healing in some form. Otherwise, I'm just going to die. Could be a Duchess. Like, I can't really run this ability. That's the only downside. I'm going to have to turn off Morrigan's A3 because I can't afford her to be losing turn meter. I mean, I could be able to support Morrigan losing 20% of her HP every so often if Riho's heal kind of counteracts it. But otherwise, I have no increased speed either. So that's another thing I need to be factoring in is ideally I want an increased speed, which Mighty Uko would give me. You know, I could run a Mighty Uko in here instead. It's a shame that Elva's revive is single target. Otherwise, Elva would be my instant first choice. But we can't run her. Raglan's only a 2-turn single target. That's not going to work. So we could run a Mighty Uko. We would get a decreased attack. We could cleanse these buffs and put decreased accuracy. So we have a secondary decreased accuracy. So we could look at maybe a resist team with Mighty Uko. It's really annoying. It keeps kicking me off. This isn't going to do anything. But this revive with an increased speed, that at least means that the revive is useful after it's used. Yeah, Duchess will reduce the AoE damage. But the damage itself is not that high. If you have the right setup, if you get the debuffs up correctly, it's not that high. But those are my only revive options. So, or I go revive on death, or I run 5, you know, you technically could run this. Depending on how good my Stone Scare gear is, I could run this completely without a reviver. I could just put all 5 of them in Stone Skin. But I lose the reflex value on Armiga. So I feel like Morrigan is just too good to give up because you get this passive, so you can't heal, you get decreased speed on the A1, you get decreased accuracy. I haven't booked her yet, so that's going to be a problem, but... So... I can't decide, basically. I can't decide between Uko or Jamasa or Duchess. I mean, Duchess would just give me overall a lot of defensive capabilities, a backup decrease. You know. We have got some... we're working on getting some mastery sets up for it. Let me see if I can find a mastery set that I built for the guys earlier. Where was it? I built some links here. So he would be a guaranteed sleep. So I would build this mastery set. You got to throw out all the mastery sets we've ever built out of the window. You don't want to bring War Masters. If you're not bringing War Master, you might as well forget offense trees, right? You can't deal any damage to it anyway unless you do an enemy max HP. So you might as well go down the support tree. Or resist tree if you want that. But that's how I would build a guaranteed sleep champion. Some cool little things to pick up here, by the way. Shadow Heal heals your champion every time an enemy is healed, right? So if you're not bringing a heal reduction, every time the boss heals, they're going to get 6% of their max HP back. It's actually quite strong. It's going to be very strong because he's going to heal a lot. So you're going to get a lot of self-healing back here. Also, Harvest Despair. get yourself a free leech. If you're gonna have to play sleep anyway, you might as well get yourself another debuff. So that's like 2 debuffs already. So you get a bit of inbuilt healing, you get another debuff, pair it with Master Hex, so you'll extend that debuff. So yeah, they've bug fixed these two now. So Fearsome Presence will now work with Sheep, and Deterrence will as well. It all works now. It's actually coded now. It wasn't bugged before, it just wasn't coded. So yeah, so we need a reviver. For this stage, I saw a chart from someone. I need to check. Sorry, just getting some DMs here. So what I want to know is which stage is actually the most efficient. So like 24 is really good for Superior. There's actually no value in farming. If all I care about is like upgrading loads of my gear, I might as well speed farm 14, right? 11, because 11 or 14, sorry. Because stage 14 gives us the best odds at these per energy. So if you want lesser oil, you farm 14. If you want greater oil, you farm 24. And then if you want superior, you farm 25, basically. But 24 and 25 is close. 20 is a pretty... or 21 is a pretty good stage to farm as well, by the looks of it. So... what's 21 give me? I quite like 21 as a nice force again. Affinity is the issue. We could go Void. But the other thing as well, like, you kind of benefit from weak hits because he can't crit you. I suppose it's not going to matter because let's go farm 23. I think let's sit on a 23 stage. I wouldn't put Fearsome Presence for Sheep unless I didn't need the other capstones, right? So if I don't need damage, that's fine. If I don't need accuracy, Eagle Eye, it's fine. If I don't want the resist, it's fine. Then yeah, it's worth it, right? Probably. Laszlo, I unlocked all the stages with the Nogjar bug that they had. I just wanted to unlock them. I said earlier in the stream, I wasn't ever going to exploit it if they left it up overnight. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Cole. Thanks for reminding me. Let's just test that quickly. Let me gear him. What speed is the first boss? Like 150, right? 150 with 0 accuracy. So basically, guys, I have no idea whether this is like farmable or not because like he's not 100% guaranteed. But one idea I potentially had here was where is he? Where is he? This guy. How fast is he right now? We need more speed. Ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. The bug basically set the boss's HP to 1, and then you basically hit it with anything and it died. It balanced the HP. They forgot to include Nogdar in there. Pretty easy to do. I'll give him benefit of the doubt this time. Right, that'll do. So the idea that I had, let's just see if it works first, is because this Marquis dude, let's just bring Termeter control. So I want Arbiter, Lysandra, Morrigaine. this dude. Okay, that'll do it for now. So the idea with this, this sleep debuff cannot be removed. So what I wanted to see was actually how does this work with his passive. So we're going to waste some energy just to test it. Did I say auto battle? No. Why is it auto battling? I told it not to auto battle. Why is it auto battling? Where the hell did the auto battle come from? Okay. Anyone know how to stop that? Or is it always going to do that for me now? Is there a way to... Honestly. Go run multi in campaign. How do I stop it? Does that do it? Why is it running frigging 6 auto battles? Oh, for frigging hell's sake. Oh, so I have to actually go into this, basically tell it to run 1 multi-battle for me, and successfully do it. We have a test server. We could test these things. Right. So the idea... I shouldn't be using all my turn meter control here. So if we sleep him... It's a 50% chance, so we're going to waste some energy just to test this concept. Sleep. Come on. Obviously, it's not a farm strategy. I'm just curious if it's going to work. This is like wasting energy. This is why if I had a test server, I could test this without wasting energy. There we go. Right, see, it's protected. So now I can steal buffs. Can I just, like, permanently keep this turn meter down? Now, the difficulty is I need to hit this 5 times without killing it. About to find out. Does he cleanse a protected sleep? That's the answer. Yes. So... that goes out the window. It was, does he cleanse an unprotected? Then obviously I can't replace it because he's blocked. So I'm going to wait for the nuke. Whatever, it's fine. But I do think Brimstone is going to be an avenue for damage for a lot of teams. Unless you've got a Crizia, you're going to struggle, basically. Hey James, thanks. I'm glad it's working for you. This is why I think Morrigan's going to be really good, right? Because she doesn't need to use her A3, but she's got decreased accuracy, She's going to help. Might as well just like zilch and destroy my turn meter. You want to check if that... The problem is he's going to cleanse it. He's going to cleanse on the passive and then I can't reapply it. So there's never going to be a situation where that works cool. Because if he's asleep, he won't use the A2, will he? Unfortunately. Like, I can't reapply it because it's blocked. Didn't do it there anyway, but this is the window, right? So now I've got debuffs up. These won't get removed until he does A2. But whilst these debuffs are up, he won't remove these, see? Can't remove those two. Which is why, this is why I think Morrigan is nuts for this, right? Because he cannot heal with Morrigan in a team. She's going to keep this up all of the time. Because the moment I come back around and re-sleep him, he's going to... I can't sleep him yet. May not get a chance to sleep him again. Waste all my turn meter controls here. Like, she can't do it when he's not slept. Obviously. So, like, now he can't do anything, but he's not got the heal anyway. Look at that. The moment sleep... what we've got to remember is debuffs equals damage, right? When he's got this ability, any debuff that I have reduces this by about 0.5 multiplier, right? So 10 times multiplier. Every debuff is going to take 0.5 off of it. So it can be halved, basically, with 10 debuffs. This passive here, where is it? 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 No, not that one. Where is it? So many blimmin' passives, I can't find the one it's on. Yeah, this. Decreases incoming damage from enemy skills by 25%. So one debuff is worth 7.5% damage here because it's going to take 10% of the 75 off. So this one debuff being on all of the time without requiring to hit anything, without requiring any cooldown, is very strong. In my opinion, I think it's really good. The optimizer should work. You should be able to use the optimizer, but the actual stats haven't been pushed out yet. I think Wolfie's working on it. Wolfie's doing his thing. But the optimizer should all work. It's just you won't see at the moment anything like... It won't take into account any Ascension stuff that you've got. We should be getting that out soon. Let me check actually how he's getting on. But yeah, so none of the stats at the moment are going to show for you, basically. No, so basically if you have a look in your task manager, Adam, there's probably a program running from the Hellhades optimizer. If you kill the program and then try to rerun it, it should be okay. Are there any other protected debuffs? There are a few, but not many. I'm only doing this because I just don't want to lose the energy. I want to get something out of the few energy I wasted. It is already added in the dev environment alt, ULX. Once we get all the different optimizer stuff done, so we're just trying to make sure that the optimizer understands it, that'll get pushed out. So I've already seen some sort of battle results being logged. The only thing is I'm probably going to have to figure out how to get rid of all of the Nogdar teams that may have got recorded, because none of those are going to work. Right, so... Marquise doesn't work. Good, we've confirmed that. So realistically, we're going to run stage 23, which is, I think, a little bit better. We've got 540 accuracy. So if we want to run resist, we need 645, which is a bit too high. But we are running decreased accuracy, right? So 645 is going to be halved. So I need 300. So if I build my champions at 320 resist and I have decreased accuracy out, I will resist his debuffs. I've got a cleanse and I've got a block debuffs, but I won't have that up all the time, which is a bit of a problem. 260 speed. We need to take the first nuke, but then be faster than the boss. And we need to have it in the right turn rotation. I'm probably going to be streaming for another hour, I thought, at least. We'll see how it goes. So, Optimizer, champions. I'm going to do my little update here. Yeah, because I'm not always going to have it up at the same time. And James, I'm running Riho because of her debuffs, not necessarily because of her cleanse. Her cleanse is secondary with the healing. But what I'm saying is if I don't need any other stats, like there's no point, what you gotta remember, there's no point running crit rate. There's no point running crit damage. There is no point running anything. My champions aren't dealing damage unless they're doing max HP. The only one that's going to be dealing damage is Brimstone or Armiger. So I might as well index all of those stats into things that help keep them alive or help reduce the debuffs. There's no point otherwise. So yeah, I don't like eating on stream. I feel like it's offensive to people sometimes, right? So Riho, I was doing mastery. So the cool thing is I can actually try and build a bit more dynamic mastery sets, right? Because I still use this website, even though it's super out of date, because it's easy just to mess with things. We don't need damage, so we don't need any offense tree at all, right? We don't need it. So what we do need, though, let me get rid of these, is we probably need accuracy. So we probably want to go down this route, right? First thing we check is what banners have we got in this faction? Do we have any good accuracy or resistance banners for speed? Speed is king here. We're going to need speed. Wow. Okay. That's the banner. Straight out of the bat. That is the banner. It's too good. So now what we want here is we want accuracy and resistance. Preferably with resist, like this would be tempting for me. I don't get as much HP, but it's tempting because the refresh would help. But do we want refresh on an Origin setting for a full auto team? That's the question, because if we refresh at the bad time and it doesn't fall into rotation, then is she just going to do her A2 and there's no sleep up? So maybe it's not a good idea. Cleansing could be interesting. I don't have an awful lot of silver to play with. I hate this. So much lazy UI design. What happened here? We forget that the border shouldn't go to the end? That didn't roll very well. Like, we don't want counterattack. Like, this is the thing. With this boss, you have to throw everything out the window. This is what we're going to go with. Just pure sats. All we want is accuracy and resistance there. Here, we probably want HP because we're healing off her max HP. So we want maximum amounts of HP. It probably does. I mean, if War Master's going to count, this is going to count, right? I feel like Blood Shield's a good way to go just because it's got a good stats. So because we've indexed quite heavily into here, we can now kind of choose either a different path, right? I'm going to be taking the resistance here. I'm going to be taking blast proof. I'm taking shadow heal. I'm taking delay death. I don't really want these counterattack masteries. I don't want to be hitting it at all. Do not want to be hitting it. Don't want that either. I'll take sniper, I guess. I don't really need sniper, to be honest, because she's going to place it all 100%, but again, like, what am I taking here? I could take turn meter, but that might put me in the wrong rotation. I could take selfless defender. That's pretty good, at least for this. I could take, like, spirit haste, but that's only going to help me if people die, and if people are dying, I'm probably losing anyway. I could take cycle of magic with lasting gifts. I think that's probably a good route to go, because obviously I have to get down here for the eagle eye. So I could take that, drop that, and go for that. That's probably a good way to do it. So let's try that optimization first with Eagle Eye. Champ to max HP, live refresh. We haven't released the new update yet. It's coming. Where did I put that? You know when you open so many things in one day, you forget where you've put things. Where's it gone? Sorry, I'm just trying to send something to someone. Right, so, sorry, where were we? How does the resistance work? Is there a disparity between accuracy and resistance? As in, let's say you have 100 resistance, more accuracy, will you resolve this? So the same way, James, that accuracy works to defeat resistance, resistance works the same way to defeat accuracy. So you need more resistance to beat. You need more resistance to beat an enemy's accuracy than you need accuracy to beat an enemy's resistance, right? So what I mean by that is my Riho at the moment has 142 resistance. I only need like 25 more on top of that in accuracy to beat that resistance check. If I want accuracy, if I want my resistance to beat the enemy's accuracy, I need about 100 more, about 105 more resistance. So there's a formula that kind of scales up and down. But the rule of thumb is, if you ever go into the stage tool, it'll tell you what to put. But the rule of thumb is 25 over the enemy's resistance and accuracy, and 105 for the other way around. So the amount of resistance I need to beat the enemy's accuracy. Hope that makes sense. I'm kind of rushing through it. So we're not going to go damage mode. We're going to go survival mode, which should be interesting. I should just reset this a second. No, they'll never do that formation because they always want A1s to do damage. I think that's... Otherwise, it could break the game. Right, so we're going to go resistance, pinpoint accuracy, lore of steel, eagle eye. Do everything apart from our tier 1s. Configure stats. Why are we in quick mode? We want survival mode. Battle, the boss is going to be 350. He's going to have like 15 million hit defense. That's fine. Not really worried about that. So speed-wise, the boss is 260. So the boss is always going to be too fast. We can never really set up like 1-to-1. But we need Riho to go after our sleep. So our sleep champion needs to be faster than our Riho. Do I want it faster than the boss? That's the question. I'm not sure. We're gonna go... If I go faster than the boss, she takes a turn before the boss can take a turn. Which is probably not good. So we're gonna go as fast as we can. Oh, we're gonna get an aura as well, aren't we? So we need to factor that in. She's got a base speed of 105, so she's gonna get 19. So let's aim for 240. It's a good range. Okay, so we're going to do that. We need, obviously, accuracy. To beat the resistance, I need 485 accuracy. So let's go 500. Resistance-wise, I only need to beat the resistance check, which is 300. This is like what I used to do when I built Bommel. It's going to be really tricky to build. We don't really care about artifact sets. I do want to glyph probably to like 8. 8. We'll glyph this to like 5. 5. Okay, let's see how many results we get there. Relatively quick. Which has actually given me 3 pieces of stone skin for some reason. It's kind of silly. It's asking me to take Lydia's gear. Well, the thing is, Dutchy, if it's bugged, they just take it off until it's fixed. When they put the patch live, just disable the setting. It's not that hard. That's the thing. Now, sets that heal yourself are pretty good. I could look at maybe a regen set for Riho so that she... Because obviously my healer needs to be cleansing a lot. So maybe I actually put her in regen. It's going to be hard to do. This is like extremely hard gearing. Why aren't you locked? You're number 1. Guardian set's an option, but regen is a bigger healing. It's 18%, right? I like the idea of this. Because she's going to be healing everyone, I need her to stay alive. So that's if I run with Eagle Eye, which I think I probably should run because I need more accuracy, right? Is that enough accuracy? Probably. So I'm going to put masteries on her a second. Cyclone magic. Okay, so she's mastered. We're going to put this gear on her. So she needs to have... Which one has got the best? Like, that's got more defense. Ideally, I want more HP. That's the better one. Let's take this one. We've got a savage piece, so we're taking off Mighty Uko. It's got 23 speed on it. We're about to see how far I can stretch my silver count. My 1 million silver that I haven't been able to refarm back yet today because it's been so difficult. We need Tyre's helm. We don't really need this champion to stay alive on the first nuke, so we don't need anything like Stone Skin or any of that nonsense. All we need her to do is to be able to heal people, heal herself, and debuff. As long as she can do that, we don't really care. That's a nice weapon there. It's telling me to do a... speed. protection that's on? No, it's in stone skin. That one? Yeah. So we get an extra 8% HP from the stone skin there, which is nice. Speed, defense. Oh, I feel like I'm running out of silver. The only good thing is I haven't had to swap gear to make this work, so that's probably saved me a chunk. Accuracy, crit damage, speed. Okay. Yeah, Nogdar is, oops, we forgot about that champion. It's not the same type of swap, Martin. So, Nogdar was balance the HP levels. Astrolith is exchange. It's a different effect. So obviously we're not leveled this up. I've got like... Can we do it in a million? No, we can't. At least it doesn't cost a silver to ascend things. That's we're talking positives here. Like, really, that's kind of nutty. What we'd want here is like accuracy or resistance. Accuracy or resistance, go. Flat defense is not what you wanted. I don't want to waste stuff around here. Gotta be careful. It's so easy to get carried away, isn't it? I need to sell some silver. Let's go blast Spider quickly. To be honest, Formation, I thought it wouldn't work because it said HP balancing effects don't work, so I just assumed automatically he wouldn't. I don't like the white text. Oh my god. Okay. I've seen a 30-second speed farm. Probably be optimized. It's actually kind of demoralizing how quickly people have got this down to like a 30-second speed farm already. And actually the other part of the demoralization state is going to be that you need a Crizia. I don't know if I can share it. It's in like a mod chat. I've just seen it. I'm curious though where they're running a team that doesn't have sleep. I've actually no idea where the sleep is coming from. Maybe they're using like a days set. I don't know. Maybe they're just ignoring the sleep and just like nuking it. Can't tell. I don't like the white text. Honestly, it's weird. So I suppose you could run. That's an interesting idea. I do have an image. Hang on, I can share a link to an image that I have. We'll put it in an article on the website. Yeah, maybe they're just like... Yeah, if he's putting himself to sleep, do you even need it? Can you kill... So, could I drop sleep champions completely and just bring enemy max HP and try and one-shot him with Riho? Because if you think about it, you don't... As long as you don't... I suppose you're going to wake him up anyway, because he's going to... The problem is you can't re-sleep him, so I can't see how you can nuke him in time. Obviously you can, because this person's done it, like, but I'm just looking at it thinking... Where are you going to get the... Like, you got 5 hits before the sleep goes, and then he's going to cleanse himself. So, you lose all your debuffs, then you haven't got any access to damage. So, surely you need another sleep. Yeah, but you got to wait a long time for that sleep again, right? Yeah. He sleeps after he does his A3. What I'm saying is Feasting Swarm. What I'm saying is he Feasting Swarms. Cool. Awesome. But you're not going to be able to get back around to that Feasting Swarm for a while, right? So you got 5 hits to do damage. So if you're taking a Crizia, for example, every hit's 10% max HP. As long as you've got 10 debuffs up, which Riho's going to do, but Riho's going to take a stack. So you've got 4 attacks that a Crizia can do. Well, you're going to wake him up pretty quickly. True. It'll go on a 4-turn cooldown. It's still 4 turns. You have to take an A2, A1, A1. It's still a pretty big rotation. I can't imagine it's that quick. Hard to tell, I guess. But it's going to be... A Crizia is going to be broken for this boss. I don't think Armiger is as good as a Crizia by any means, because he's going to take 2 turns. She could just take 1 turn, and she gets that A1 decreased defense as well. It's not even animations, it's the fact that every single time a Crizia attacks, she decreases, she does 10% of his HP essentially, because she's always going to hit the cap, because she's going to do too much damage. I need to add some accuracy. Yeah, she pretty much is one of the most broken champions in the game. Uncomfortably so. Oh, come on, give me more than that. I don't want to waste all my silver getting +4s game. Thank you. Oh, +1, whatever. Let's use a big boy. Resistance. Oof. Well, they did, because now she's going to be on every ×10 void. That's what you've been seeing. Anytime there's an opportunity, they're going to pump her out for a ×10. Okay, so she's at like 456. She's a bit short at the moment because I haven't maxed the banner. That's the problem, I haven't got any silver to do this. Let's just build a core concept of a team, otherwise we never get anything done. Let's just keep... I'm just going to run this on auto for a bit. I'm going to run 20 runs on auto. Right, while we're doing that. So she's done. Cool. Lock 1. The next one we need is probably... We need our sleeper. We need to be slightly faster. So again, same setup. We'll probably be running this setup here. He's not buffing, so we're going to be running that instead. So we get Harvest to spare. So we kind of want a like accuracy resistance banner ordered by speed. We do not have any good options. Yeah, the plays Leech Mastery when he sleeps. I can only tell you that I've seen new portraits for the new champions. I have no idea what they do. There is nothing in there. Nothing at all. I guess that's 5-star. We need 6-star really. Accuracy seems to be the way to go. So this can be health or defense, and we want it either like has to have accuracy and resistance, and it has to be arranged by the highest accuracy. Ring wise, we don't want counterattack, we don't want reaction, we just kind of want good rings. That seems like a good one. How about a Krisk in this comp? Could work. Doesn't really, yeah, brings debuffs passively, I suppose. It's an option. The shield at the start kind of is not great because you don't want to survive the start. Okay, so we're going to have to strip Stultus, which I don't really want to do ideally. No, it's not live refresh to start with. If I didn't need accuracy, I got a triple roll banner. That's a rip. Can I get that? And that one. Oh, it does ignore shields. That's a good point. So this actually cannot find a build right now. Oh, because I'm trying to get regen. I don't want regen. Obviously. Is it finding one? Can it find a build? That's the question. Oh, it's found a build. It's found something. Got some builds. I didn't see the messages. What's the problem? I didn't catch the messages then. Sorry, I didn't see what they were. I was distracted by whether or not my Muck Stalker is going to be able to find a build. It wants to give my like stone skin to people. It is determined to do so. I don't particularly want to lose the boots of Lydia. Are you? Sure you're locked. See, the defensive values are so low. Does he have just really bad base? Yeah, he has really bad base defense. I don't know if I'm keeping him alive. I'm knowing in survival mode. I just don't know if I'm keeping him alive. Feels like that's such a low amount of defense. He's going to be cut through. Considering my team doesn't have increased defense either. We're having to go accuracy chest to basically get the accuracy numbers. We could try dropping the resistance down here. Can't get a Muck Stalker. I think it took me like 40. I was quite lucky. Yeah, I can get a lot more effective HP. I guess it's balancing off the fact that he's HP based. So I can go more flexible. I'll get a lot more HP if I go. See, I knew this piece would be handy someday. I don't really want to take Whirlim's weapon away from him. Oh yeah, flapjacks. Those are the images we looked at earlier. Yeah. All I know is that they're images. That's all I've got. They're in the game files, but we don't know anything about the champions. It's all we know. This is a tricky build. I knew this guy would be tricky to build. I'm just trying to find. I'm trying to pick a build that isn't going to use all my really good pieces because I don't want to commit so much to it. Like, I don't want to put this piece on him, like, but it's determined it wants to put that on there. I could go this build. I don't really want to lose my Whirling build, but I could rebuild him. I feel like that's the best build here. I really dislike this white. The more I look at it, every time I see the white, it just looks off-putting. Why is it white? It looks bad. Nothing against the colour white. It just looks out of place completely. Yep, the Stages tool has all of the new boss data. Pretty much the only thing that we're waiting on is making sure that the optimizer can read and use the artifact ascensions correctly. Otherwise, it's pretty much everything is out. I need to update the guide tomorrow, now that we've got all this information together, so... Oh, that's worth keeping. A bit of silver there. Oh, we get another bit of silver up here. Right. I'm going to gear on Muck Stalker. I don't think I finished masteries on Muck Stalker. I don't think I've got anywhere near as many as I've got on on Riho, unfortunately. So he's probably going to die pretty much probably straight away. But he is booked, so end of the world. I don't mind that they changed the design. I just think they changed it so that it's worse. Like, I'm fine with like forcing design changes. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll probably get some objections to some of the design changes we've done for the artifacts on the optimizer. But at the same time, I don't want to. I know people will be upset about it, but at the same time, I know it's an improvement. So you're never going to please everyone, but as long as some people see it as a visible improvement, it's fine. But I don't think I've seen a single person say that the change they have done is better. It's pretty much the starting point, right? You kind of want people to feel like what they've changed is good, at least if some people say it is, but I don't think I found a single person that does. Wondering if I should put one of these in. I'm wondering if I should put one of them in a defense amulet instead. Oh, come on. It's so laggy. They need to fix this lag that you get on artifacts. Problem is, I think I just don't have many good options. That's fine, we'll just leave it as it is. Okay, so it's telling me I need speed, accuracy. Let's hope this isn't on my main Ugo, and it's on my secondary Ugo. I should have really been looking to put some Defiant sets on these people, but a lot of my Defiant set hasn't been rolled yet because I haven't had the silver to be able to roll it. So unfortunately, it's other stuff. HP percentage, flat defense, attack. I could roll some more speed, which would be nice. If we had silver to roll anything, we would roll it. HP percent, speed, flat attack, flat defense, accuracy. Poor old White Dryad Nia, which I'll eventually... Oh, it's asking for that piece. Damn it, I'm not giving you that piece. Damn it, I started building this and I thought it was the right one. All of these got it. It's fine, actually. It's only one piece I need to swap out. HP percentage, speed, accuracy, defense percentage. And then we're going to put speed, resist, accuracy, HP percent. And then we need to change this thing up here to be HP percent, speed, accuracy, defense percentage. Okay, so 241 speed. So he's one speed faster than Riho. Hopefully. I don't know if the aura is going to mess it up, though. Because he's 244. Riho is somewhere here. 241. So he's not actually faster than Riho. But, you know, if I glyphed him, Riho's going to get 19% of 105, so he needs like 2 extra speed more. Where's Muckstalker gone? Yeah, I haven't got any speed glyphs, otherwise I'd be finding much better builds. But I can do that. The clan boss rebuild has drained me of my speed gear. None of these pieces really are screaming like Ascend for me. So, do I have the drop rates? I put about 1,000 energy. Yeah, they're on the stages tool, Anthony. You can check them on the stages too. Well, Jess, but the thing is, they didn't really need to add any space down here, did they? They added it up here. So, what did they really change? Nothing. They just made these abbreviations and capsed it for absolutely no apparent reason other than because they want to, I guess. Well, the good news is... Oops. I can't run 23. We're going to have to run a lower difficulty. But the good news is... Let me make a team. So it's going to be... you lead. Riho. Muckstalker. Actually, who else? I need a stone skin champ. I mean, maybe it's time for us to rebuild Duchess out. Let's just have a look how many attacks have we got actually here. So if the animations are going to go... Muckstalker sleep. Does the counter starts after the sleep, right? So you have to have hit sleep, then hit 5 times. So we're going to lose 1 for Riho, so we're at -4. Armiga's -3. So we need 3 attacks between my last 2 people. So we could support a double hit Duchess. Get ourselves some AoE damage reduction. We don't necessarily get any healing apart from a revive. We don't necessarily get anything beneficial other than an A1 double hit. Like, it doesn't really bring anything. Because obviously we're going to do Muckstalker with Armiga. So we're going to hit once, twice, 3 times with Morrigan. So we need 2 more attacks. Otherwise the boss is going to take a turn. Basically. So Duchess feels like might be the slot to go here. Obviously we need a reviver of some sorts. She hits twice. That would be a nice rotation. So I guess we go Duchess. Yeah, Duchess A1. Because the rotation should basically go first, never use, always use that, and then open with that first. I've got double block debuffs then, because Riho's going to do block debuffs here. She's going to do block debuffs here, right? So we basically open... We'd actually probably go... Open with that. It would kind of be a bit rubbish, because... she's going to do perfect body at the same time. It's going to be in the same rotation because we can't break them. Wonder what you can get in Stone Skin for. Yeah, I know. They're not in the right slots. I understand that. Let's just have a quick little damage test a second. So we need to re-gear Duchess first. We need her in survival mode. Let's reset this. So Duchess needs to be survival. She can be in resistance because she doesn't need any accuracy. Yeah, it's fine. Boss. 250 or 350. 12,000. She got the best artifacts on first. Ideally, I want to build her for arena. So if we can get like an arena-esque build at the same time, like that could be interesting, although it's a bit slow. She is in a resistance banner with triple speed. We're not changing that. She is in a pretty good amulet. We're not changing that. Probably find a better amulet. Oh, mind you, I had these on. I wonder what pieces I've got for reaction. Yeah, so that's fine. Health or defense on the ring. Oops. So we want something that's like decently tanky. That's organized by HP percentage. What about defense percentage? We don't really have great options. Yeah, she can. You're right. You are correct. She's in an alright ring now. Like, the only one that I would improve is Mortu's ring. And to be honest, Mortu should be more in HP percentage than defense percentage. So... or we take out his ring as well. I'm not going to change that for now. Let's take this. We can always perfect that. We need Stone Skin. 6 pieces. Can we get... Now, we don't need any accuracy, so pretty much... 600, because, you know, wonder how far I can get it. Let's have a look. None. Okay. Potentially, I might have to just check what I got rolled. Question about the new dungeon. Does HH have that accuracy requirements? Yes, they are in the stages tool. Go check it out. They're all up there. Is there an article on the HH website that explains which passive works in which location? You mean team order? There should be. If not, there's a video on my channel here which goes through it in details. You can see I've got all my Defiant gear I need to roll. Oh look, that quality of life change. Look how much silver I just spent. Thank you, game. Didn't want to know that. Okay, I just got a 6-star blessing for Pestilus. Pestilus, what does Pestilus do? What does Pestilus do? Honestly, cruelty. But even then, I would sell it. Pestilus, just... I don't really see a use for him. Yeah, I said, look at all this blimmin' Defiant gear that I've got to sort out at some point. Don't have time for that. Just devoid of silver right now. It's a real problem in life. All this could be good, but I don't know because I can't roll it. Ooh. All my silver's gone. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Give me a good Ascension. That's not good Ascension. That's not good. That's not good. Found a gloves though. Doesn't have any speed, but it's good enough. Chest is what I want. Do I have a resistance chest at all? No. Yeah, I know. It's so bad that even Fiction got me like a Stream Deck thing so I can switch between it on a button. I still mess it up. I don't think I can get to 600. I think it's too far. Even if I glyph res. Oh, I can do it if I glyph. There you go. I've no idea if 600 is a good enough figure, but I mean, it's tanky as hell. Should be great. Let's go with that. Okay. We're going to build a Duchess. We're going to test it and see if the concept works, because as far as I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it and actually test it properly on the higher stages because I just don't have enough silver and enough gear. Basically. It's going to be borderline. I have enough silver even to equip this. I would have farmed a lot more today had I had time, but I just haven't had time today because we have been full on chocker doing stuff. I know, it's just lately it's so difficult for me to like maintain any form of silver. I feel like I roll a little bit, or I sneeze and try to roll a little bit and it all falls apart. That one, I could roll a bit more. But I do feel like this dungeon, if you don't have Riho and don't have Chrysias, it's going to be really difficult. I think they're so heavily, like, powerful for this dungeon. It's going to be difficult. It's a sad but actual reality, I think. I think I'm about to run out of silver. Oh. We had a good run, boys. Nearly there. I don't care. Okay. 234, 566, pretty good going. Why have I got that? I have no idea why I had that. Why do I need 2-turn? I'm building it for arena at the same time, Laszlo. I don't need 2-turn for this dungeon, but I want to try and make my Duchess arena viable at the same time. If I can. The problem is I can't have both Wisdom of Battle and Resurgent. I'm just being greedy if I have that. Do that. Hey Jacob, you're stoked. I'm glad you're stoked. Should probably take that for arena, but there you go. Bit of a weird mastery set. I don't know if I like it, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, fully booked. Apart from A1, we don't really care about that. Or, alright. Let's do a bit of a test to see if this is going to work as a concept. So, if we can't run stage 23, let's just test it on, like, stage... Let's test the concept on stage 16. So you come out, Duchess goes in. I don't think my Morrigan is built correctly for this, by the way, so we'll find out pretty quickly, right? And obviously they're not all level 60, so they're pretty squishy. They might die, it's fine. It's all part of the test in the wheelbarrow. Like, Morrigan is built so fast. She's so dumb, but it's fine. She's got a lot of accuracy at least. So the idea is she'd never use that. He always uses this. And she will open with that. Let's just try a manual run first. See how it goes. Okay. So, everyone's in Stone Skin. She can do what she wants. He does what he wants. Obviously, we're all a bit too fast for this boss because we're at lower level. We built it for high level. So, obviously, this is a thing, right? Because we're at stage 16... we're going to do 25% of this A3 damage. It's not going to be enough. Cool. So that does that. We revive. Heal reduction goes on. Obviously, we revived without enough turn meter there. So I think it's still okay, right? Because he's doesn't matter. He's immune. So we can basically skip a turn there. That's fine. Now we basically put on, hopefully, decreased speed. We don't need to sleep. He brings his own debuff. Loads of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She does that. Max HP nuke. And then we get another attack. Wakes him up. He fully cleanse. That's fine. Can't cleanse the heal reduction. Put him back to sleep. Now we're back on to, can we get the debuffs out in time? This is the only thing I'm not sure about this team is, where are we going to get the secondary debuffs from? He got a cooldown, he might as well nuke all the time with that. Doesn't really matter. So he's got decreased accuracy. We don't care. Now we need to wait for his sleep. I should have saved that. It's still a bit of a manual fight at the moment, I'll be honest. We are going to get the sleep out, which is important. And we're going to get the 5 debuffs out. The only thing is we kind of need to hit a lot of times before he takes a turn, which is not going to happen. So one thing I wanted to test was what if we actually enabled this? Wait, what happened there? Oh, he's got a 2-turn sleep. I forgot Muckstalker's a 2-turn sleep. Oh, that's really good. That's actually really good. So stage 16 here is like... Obviously I'm manual in it because I'm just seeing if the logic works. We've got no debuffs now, so now's the worst part. 2-turn sleep. Reho back in a second. Oh, we're going to wake him up here, I think, before we put any debuffs out. That's a bit disappointing. Auto in this is going to be really hard. I feel like I need a speed tune proper. It's going to like take a couple of streams for us to nail like the auto of this. But we're, you know, pretty squishy. We're tanking the hits comfortably enough. The sleep feasting swarm counter is always at 4. That's the good thing. Decrease accuracy, debuff out. We're back into a rotation now. This Muckstalker 2-turn sleep actually is really, really legit. And then we get a nuke. And then we probably need to cleanse and heal here. So the strategy works. In the sense that you sleep like this. You get your debuffs out. You go again. That's the concept of the team. It's not quite the reality of where we're at here. Because as you can see, like, I'm not quite getting the rotation correct. But the feasting swarm is working perfectly. Now, the nice thing about Reho as well is, by the way, guys, the passive is going to work here. So you see there, she took debuffs. Well, she's going to send them back because she's got her passive. Now, here's the problem. Has he got enough accuracy? He has at this level, wouldn't it there? But this passive is going to send crap back at him. So we might as well cleanse, heal. It doesn't feel like, I got to say, that we get much restoration back. She just 35% healed everyone and we got 0 back. And the nice thing is we're getting a debuff here. This is an attack. This is a debuff without attacking, so that's cool. Might as well max HP nuke here. Wake him up. I'm going to wait a turn now. But we're not at any risk of dying here. It's just very slow because it's not speed tuned properly. But again, this is where I think, you know, it's like a clan boss team, right? You need to speed tune it properly and you'll get a lot more success. But the concept is good. Reho into that, into this. Double hits, fine. He can't cleanse, so I can do damage. You know, max HP. It is going to get reduced, but not by a lot. See? Oh, she's not asleep. I was going to say, it's not doing enough. put him back asleep. Might as well go in for another max HP nuke. But yeah, I think a toxic set could help here. I don't know who to put it on. Maybe I put Morrigan in a toxic set. Because obviously Muckstalker is going to need the base stats to survive. But watch Brimstone do its thing here. The only thing as well is Brimstone's only going to work on active abilities. But we're starting to get a bit of enemy max HP reduction problems because we can't quite get this A3 heal in line. Just really starting to hurt. Oh, he resisted because he's got his freaking... I mean, I'm going to have to do that because otherwise people are going to die. The fact that this max HP is able to go lower than 40% is a bit of a joke. Because there used to be a global cap. Might as well throw that out there. So he does 22,000 without any debuffs or anything on a max HP. Right, sleep. Obviously we can do that. Boom. Don't know why she didn't place a passive then. She should have done. He's woke up. Somehow. Didn't hit anyone. But he's dead anyway. Conceptually, it worked well. Riho with Brimstone doing a lot. I think Brimstone is going to be key here as well. See what a full auto team does. Puts it to sleep. Full cleanse. I mean, I tanked the nuke there. I wish there was a way to make it so that the champion would just only sleep when I wanted to sleep, right? You know? Or only debuff when you can debuff. I don't think they've put that coding in here. Really, Riho should just A2 when there's a sleep, but she'll try to sleep when she can't. See? She's going to do that. Can't do it. Why is she doing that? Why is that coded like that? Sleep. I mean, as an auto team, it's not terrible, is it? Considering I've just basically built 3 of the... Armiga's already built in Reflex because I used him in Dragon. Right, if I can refine this to like a sub 2-minute run, stage 16 is a good stage to run, I think. Just the AI is so dumb. Like, we have no control over when Riho does a debuff. But Riho seems to be slightly faster than my Muckstalker for some reason. I gotta say, Morrigan's passive is really potent here. Right. Do some damage. There we go. If we can line it up that we always have 10 debuffs up, it's going to be great. It could be maybe we just have to run a little bit less cute, and just basically run a lot more cleansing on Riho, but the healing is a bit of an issue here. Like, really, I need Riho's big heal now. There we go. See, that's what Riho's meant to do. So if we can time it so that Riho will use her A3 while there's a sleep up, we don't have to worry about enemy max HP healing. Because she pretty much fully cleansed herself then. Yes, we've got a couple of champions that are looking a bit risky right now. But this works. I mean, it's not fast, but it's stable. Considering Morrigan is just built in really rubbish gear. If I can refine the speed tune, if I can get the calculator working with Deadwood, I think this could go somewhere. Obviously, we're only at stage 16, right? I'm not saying this is anything, like, crazy. No, I deliberately didn't put that on her. It's probably just the way that the speed is sat with Morrigan. It's probably just not correct. Like, I haven't done a very, very thorough speed tune. Whoa, why didn't Armiga crit? Armiga didn't crit then. Maybe it's because he's built for Dragon 25. Muckstalker, though, is a beast, right? I don't want to lose my block debuffs, Raider. Because I don't want to... the decrease axe is a problem. Oh, we lost someone. It's fine. It's not fast, though, because it's not optimized. Riho's just fully restored her max HP, but she's not doing it for the other people. I'm sure Riho is based on... Oh, Riho is not their max HP. That's why it's struggling, because they have lost max HP. Not the best healer then. I feel like we need a revive healer. If Elva was an AoE reviver, she'd be like replacing Duchess. Muckstalker's great. Obviously, my Armiga apparently is not a bit 100% crit rate either, so I'd have to check that. But Muckstalker is doing a number here. Bit of refinement, though. This is going to work. I think with a bit more refinement, it could work really well. Obviously, sorting out my Armiga to get the right stats. Maybe bringing in a toxic set. It's hard to know how much Duchess passive is having an impact. That's the problem. And obviously if we had a higher star Riho. I like it. We got a team framework at least. That gives me something to work towards over the next couple of streams. It's going to take us a while to build that speed tune. Hopefully, well, this is going to change in 46 seconds. Everyone in chat start praying for an Elva Autumnborn. That's what we need. Hero's Path starts tomorrow, so I got to do 2 videos tomorrow. One on Hero's Path and one on the patch notes. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. So yeah, I like that team. Is it fast? No. Is it reliable? It looks pretty safe, right? Looks pretty safe. Don't you just love it when you 3% right at the start? I'm assuming it's going to be Summon Rush, yeah. Muckstalker 3%ed right at the start. It's great. So now we're going to take a bit of a beating that we normally wouldn't have. Until Muckstalker decides to sort himself out. Riho's all out of rotation. Holy. We just wasted 40 seconds because... And we've wasted even more now because he's hit the RNG. Oh, but he's... We could just run no resistance, reflex, Muckstalker. Right, we're back up. Rotation is back in. We're going to have one attack off Armiger. No, we're not. Here we are. There we go. We're going to get a Feasting Swarm back soon somehow because we messed up the rotation there. That's the thing, if you lose a bit of rotation, the Feasting Swarm is a big problem then. One Starstone for Elva. Oh, don't. Plan to use her new dungeon on Hydra. I think she's insane everywhere. Her healing output is insane. Like, if I could fit her in this team, I would. Like, I would potentially consider dropping Morrigan for Elva. But I feel like the passive that Morrigan is doing is having a silently powerful impact. Like, this looks like a bit of a fail run, to be honest, because we 3%ed right at the start. Try that again, just out of curiosity. We 3%ed this one bit. So because we 3%ed that, the whole thing fell apart. So I could speed tune that I can get 2 enemy max HPs away at this level. Couldn't do it at this any other higher. Go to sleep, you guys. Raka, actually, I was thinking this, Jesper, the other day. Raka would be very good. Because she's more of a healer. She has the AoE. She has the cleanse with block debuffs. If I had Raka, I'd probably use her over Duchess here. I think Raka's very good. Hey, Photon. Welcome along. I think a legendary 1-star is really worth it because you can pull out Brimstone or you can pull out Sheep. You can pull out anything, right? It depends what you want to use, right? If you're using her in Dungeons and Hydra, you pull out Brimstone on her. Now, we need a cleanse here. We don't have a cleanse. So he's going to use sleep without block debuffs. And he's going to resist. Which means this is where I was on about the speed tune is very important. Because we haven't got the speeds in the right order, and because we are not having permanent block debuffs, and because we're waking up at different times, we are running back the risk that we're going to get back on the Feasting Swarm. It's going to happen next turn. There's nothing I can do about it. So this team doesn't work at the moment because I need to sort the speed turn out. So that is the next couple of weeks' work. Probably need to sort out masteries. I think the team is right. I just think I need... yeah. Ooh, a Jintoro A2. Knocked. Oh, these would be champions if I... Ooh, a Royal Guard 5-star. I don't really feel like I should commit anything for that. That's tempting, though. But I won't do it. Because I want an Elva. I want an Elva Autumnborn. Right, let's have a look. See if we find any fancy pieces. We might as well burn some Ascension oil. Why not? Who's sharing all my good gear at the moment? There is a kind of a nutty piece that I should look and see what I get. Shall we oil it? I don't actually know what I'd want on this. Probably... I really don't know. Like defense percentage, maybe? Find out. Flat attack. No thanks. This is the reality, I think, of the oil. Like, there's so much RNG involved that actually, are you going to end up with any decent pieces at all? Like, is it that impactful? Does it have that much of an issue? Like, I'll probably just kit my Seer out a bit more. I guess. Cool, I got some more accuracy. Awesome. All out of oil. Yeah, that's ends of fun. Get a bit of accuracy on that. It's a pretty good chest for her. They should let you re-roll it. But anyway, guys, we need to do a clan boss run, I think, because I don't think I've done any clan boss today. Or have I? Let's find out. What did I do? I run one clan boss. I've not run the other one, so we need to run this. Force Affinity. Let's just check it. Need to run the Skrank tune. Nightmare, Force. I have to check all these speeds because I had to adjust a few of them to make up for some issues I was having with one champion. 127. Seeker, 188. Skrank just opens with that. Let's go. Yeah, Shemnath is really good. I've got my Shemnath book now. I'm working on editing up the video for it. It's going to be really cool when I get it done. But let's just see some examples here. Some Shemnath runs for you. I've been testing. That was strong affinity. She wasn't booked here on the A1 or the A3. That's a Val run. It's an old one. The Skrank run will surprise you. My Ultra Nightmare run now does around about 150, but I've got more refining to do because I need better. I need like better blessings. And just time. Apparently, people did not like the fact that I bug reported the Nogdar. I got a DM from someone saying, "Good work, genius. You saved the world." I'm going to take that as not sarcasm. I'm saving the world according to someone by the name of Aronax, who is from the Raid Shadow Legends official community. Thank you. Thanks for calling me a genius. I appreciate you. I think this clan boss team could hit 200 million. Somewhere in that region. Just check in Reddit. Someone has managed to make an unkillable team already in Hydra. In the Sand Devil. It's interesting. Interesting. I do think we can make an unkillable speed tune. I'm almost certain we can make an unkillable speed tune for this dungeon. Oh, they'll always have emergency staff formation. If the server goes down for whatever reason, they'll have backup. I'd always report the bug, Jacob, because I value accuracy, correctness, and good systems. So if something is bugged, it should be fixed. Like, I wouldn't want my system not to be fixed. So if there's a bug, I'll fix it. Now, not every bug I can fix immediately, but if there's something wrong, it needs to be fixed. Yeah, a passive is a skill. Dutchy, it is a skill. It's just the way that things are targeted are different. But passives can't be put on cooldown, no. I do like this speed tune. It's really cool. Kind of resets the... No, it doesn't. So you can't interact with passives, but they are coded as skills. You just can't interact with them. There probably is one zombie, because you could probably just run double Demitha with an ARS and just replace the ARS. Oh, you let it know. Right, got ya. Sorry. I'm with you now. It's late. It's been a long day. We're going to run this clan boss team and probably call it there because I'm falling asleep a little bit in my head. Adam, this is not the same team that Deadwood Jedi has. It's an adaptation that I've been working on stream with a bunch of the people here. I'll be releasing it as a official team via a video soon, like in the next couple of days. Maybe it might take me a week because I want to edit it up properly. There's lots of flexibility in this team that the Deadwood Jedi team doesn't have. Elva makes this much easier. Without Elva, like, you can run ARS in these teams, but without Elva it's really hard because Elva just makes Affinity so much easier. So you could run a Fenax if you've got one genes, or a Mortu, or you can run a... What I used to do when I struggle on those waves, back in the days, I used to just run a high defensive heal tank team in defense-based. I used to use Godseeker and Eerie just to keep nuking. But they would be very slow, very high controlling. That would be the way. It's difficult for me to relate now in Doom Tower because I just run my auto team and it clears every floor. I don't really struggle. Sometimes I have to sub in like a Romantu, but often I can just CC them. Ruella's decided not to place debuffs. She's always helpful. Thank you. The Shemnath team is probably the best version of this team that I've built. I'm really impressed with Shemnath. I'd be looking to drop Draco. Get yourself a better decreased defense champion. Wish you a Bad L and Draco, Lydia. Yeah, there you go. That makes more sense. Don't know about Bad L, but, you know, there are better options than Bad L. I have so many Excel documents open here. Don't save, don't save. Let's close that. Oh, as well, guys, by the way, on the update that's coming probably tomorrow now at the time it is, just because we're trying to work through some problems. The new mailbox feature that I added, the team and I added, we are going to be making an option in the little menu over here where you can hide the red dots. Apparently the red dots, even this little red dot, is really annoying people. So if you don't like it, you can turn it off. It won't warn you when you're about to run out of storage, but hey, you can get rid of the red dot. Just catching up on some DMs here. So, while we watch this wonderful Scranky boy knock things together. Oh, it failed. Why did it fail? I must have messed with speeds. I probably have messed with speeds I didn't check. It's fine. It's fine. We one keyed. It's not a problem. We're done. It's fine. I keep messing with my builds. So, something went wrong there. It's fine. I do like the little snowman. I think he's quite cool looking. He's got ultimate Death Knight shield, if you notice. It's kind of cool. Oh, if we upgrade 50 on... Let's just find a level 8 to upgrade. I cannot wait for the Silver Watcher faction when it comes out. For the Spider tournament. I'll be farming the hell out of that. I need some banners. Need some better options for my Ruella. Yep, never have any silver. But I might as well pick up an Ancient Shard. Are you guys going in for Harima tomorrow, by the way? I get a feeling the hero soul, the hero's path is going to be summoning, so I might as well pull the sacred shards. Personally, I would like something that isn't... I wouldn't mind a Harima, but I would love a Halls Ring. I'd love some different options. Ooh, that's attack. I don't want attack. But tomorrow I'm probably going to grind the crap out of masteries for this team that I'm building. Ooh, that's another attack one. Although if there's ever a bomber in that faction, we'll keep it. Yes, I use 50. Okay, yes. Upgrade. No, I didn't want to do that. Champions. Let's just upgrade something to level like 12 or something. I'll do it. This look good. Can we do it in 268,000? No. I'm so out of silver. It's painful. It's so bad. I'm not even going to have silver to pull shards tomorrow. That's how bad this is. I actually didn't pull my 10 void shards for Cardiel because I didn't actually have silver to pull the void shards, and it stopped me from doing it when I was tempted. Yeah, I mean, I should probably save as well. I'm cutting right back on different things like whaling a little bit. But I feel like if the hero's path has something good in it, I might do it. Basically. Let's do what I normally do when I'm out of silver. How many amulets can I sell of a specific type? That's a 5-star. We don't want that. Don't want that. Let's get rid of you. You look terrible. Let's get rid of you. You look terrible as well. Boom. Pretty sure I'd gear a Muckstalker that could go to 12. There you go. 590,000. There you go. Boom, more resistance. Happy days. Would have preferred accuracy, it's not the end of the world. That should hopefully now get me over the line. Nice. So, guys, I think we're going to call it there. It's been fun. It's been a good stream. We've realised a few things. We nogged out the crap out of this to get to the higher stage. Gonna have to figure out some more time to figure out how to better speed tune this team. I still think this team is good. I think it's the right way about it. This was an Acrisia, and these were in a better rotation. I think it would be like a minute farm. So, and to be honest, if I can get like a stage 16 or stage 20 farm, it's not the end of the world, right? I can get some. I need a lot of less. To be honest, I actually think just doing this at the moment to try and get the highest like yield in on lesser is probably the best way to go right now. I don't think it's the best rate. Because I think, what is it, stage 14? If I can auto farm stage 14 right now, I think that's what everyone should do. I think you forget about the higher ascension until you actually get pieces you need to higher ascend. Farm the easier stages. Like, I've almost killed this thing before I've even got through the first sleep. Just farm stages that are super easy. And I think maybe it's just the better way to go for now. Like, we don't really need the greater potions if we're going to spend most of our currency at the moment just figuring out if we've got pieces we want to get up to 410. Like, you know, the only piece that I can think of that I would instantly want to get to 6 right now is the 10% crit rate on my Seer. But it doesn't actually change the build, I don't think. It's nice that Muckstalk also has another debuff, by the way. I think that's a good thing. It's pretty neat. I think the most efficient stage in terms of energy, is 7, 11, or 11 is the most efficient for energy. By the looks of it. Or you go up into like the 14s and the 16s. If you want more per run. So the best more per run is 14. The best energy is going to be 11 or 14 by the looks of it. 7 is pretty good as well. So if you can like speed farm 7, you're probably going to get the most per point. It's like 0.75 versus 0.79. Like I think I'm on like 9 or something. I don't know what stage I picked here. Yeah, so like there's not much difference between 7 and 11, to be honest. And the good thing about going lower is you're guaranteed yourself you're going to get just those potions. You got crit rate gloves with 23% crit rate and 10% crit rate Ascension. Ooh. Right, that's down. So that was stage 9, which is awful. Well, not awful. So stage 7. So basically, if you go stage 7, you only ever get lesser oil, but the amount of energy per oil you get is pretty much the best apart from by 0.4. Otherwise, you run stage 11. This is the other run to do it on. This gives you 0.79. This would give you the best energy rate. If you can run stage 11, probably the best one, I think. I don't really mind if it's like 1 or 2 minutes, as long as it's, you know, efficient. The thing is, at this floor, do I even need a reviver? Does this nuke hit that hard? Or do I just run more enemy max HP? Do I just run double armor? Even at this level, do we just run max, just like pure damage dealers? Because this nuke is not touching us at all. So I don't really need the Duchess. I could just literally bring a straight up double damage. To try and speed it up and just nuke it really quickly. How much energy would I allocate? I think, to be honest, what you do is you find a really good piece and then you go, I need to farm the oil. So you don't really allocate any energy per se. You just look at your good gear at the moment. You might allocate a lot at the moment, but you probably just look at it and go, do I have gear that I feel like I need to farm oil for? And if I do, I farm it until I get that gear maxed. It's a bit like I'm building a champion. I want to max it, right? So my first goal right now is to build probably my Seer out to the best it can be, and then maybe build my clan boss team out to the best I can be. Look at my arena champions, my Baron. Riho is so good for this. The good thing about a lower stage is obviously you get a lot more sleep counter before he wakes up. So I could probably just brute force this a lot faster with more damage. Because the thing is, when it's lower, he's got a lot less defense. You can actually hit him for harder. You don't need to rely on max HP. You could probably just bring a pure damage dealer. Every champion needs to get stronger, Jeans. Come on. You also, at this stage, don't have as much passive damage problems. Yeah, like this team obviously is just the team I was running for the high stage. You probably don't need to run it as like difficult as this. You could probably just run a pure nuke team and farm it. Like if I can get like a 30-second farm here, so instead of that, just take these champions out. And we're going to have probably the same Muckstalker Riho framework with Morrigan leads. But instead, Let's just bring absolute nukers of champions, like some of my most damaging champions. I wonder how much damage we can do here. Obviously, she's built wrong. Because she's built way too fast. Come on, Fernax. See, Fernax is doing basically a max HP damage. Toxic sets. Go on, Fernax. Whack him some more. Like, this could work. Easily we can tank the nuke. He's back into sleep. I probably don't even need a sleep champion here. I think this might be the strategy. I thought coming into this, like, lower level farming is, like, more important. Because, to be honest, 2 out of 6 and 4 out of 6 gives you, like, if you go 4 out of 6, you basically get, like, 70% of the stats anyway. I don't know why he healed then. He shouldn't have. Put him back to sleep. Toxic sets come out. It's going to help. It's a shame, as I said, Elva's single target reviver, because I think Elva would be so strong in any team here because of the healing capacity she has. Anytime someone takes a turn, they heal. So, like, we have got no max HP problems because every time they take a turn, they're going to heal. It's really strong. So I think maybe, like, just a nuker. You know, Morrigan's in here for the passive. Put that out. Boom. Kill it. And just bring a strong damage dealer. And speed farm it, basically. Get it under 30 seconds, job done. I think that's the way to go, I think. Because you're going to be able to farm basically 1 Ascension per, like, 10 runs or 8 runs. You know, I'm already up to 34. You still need a lot, but I think that's the way to go. Anyway, guys, we're going to call it there. It was a pleasure, as always. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back Monday, streaming. I like Morrigan's passive. I think it helps just keep the cooldown. Maybe we don't need it. Maybe he doesn't heal enough. Maybe if... The thing is, I suppose he doesn't heal if you haven't got any max destroyed. Let's just try that before I go quickly. Hang on. We're on stage 11, weren't we? So bring out Morrigan. Shame that's too many multi-hits. Trying to think it would be a good DPS here. I mean, I don't know if he's still built. He is. He is still built. Boof. I mean, that's the strategy, right? Because guess how many buffs I can get up on Baron on this dude? A lot. Granted, as long as he's like the last person alive, it's fine. Oops, I shouldn't have slept. That was silly. We're not even on like full capacity here or even tuned. If you don't have Reho, what are the budget options? Nama is a great budget option. La Burga is a free Doom Tower epic you get. Really good option. Bit late in the Doom Tower, but it's a really good option. There's another one as well I can't think off the top of my head. Tomb Lord's an option. I think this is the strategy. Forget the higher levels. Don't bother with it. Pick a team. Stick Turvold in the lead. Or someone that does a lot of damage. Turvold. Where's Turvold? Where is he? Why can't I see him? There. We pick that. We pick... Who do we have? I'm not even sure Fenax is the best option for DPS. We just want like super high damage dealers. Elva, because we like her. Riho, and then Muckstalker. I think you just leave a Muckstalker in just in case you need to sleep. Just helps mitigate the damage, right? Yeah, I don't actually have increased attack. I didn't realize that. Good point. I mean, we could just do this. He resisted. He 3% did. Great start. Works really well. He 3% did. Well, this is the thing, Dutchy, right? As long as we stay alive, which we should always stay alive, then we don't really need any more buffs because every time Elva takes a turn, and as long as everyone's back at full HP, Elva will keep sticking things on Turvold. We just got really unlucky there because he resisted his 3% at the start. So we're behind the curve for damage. We didn't get our initial debuffs out. But hey, this is like the worst run of it. All right, he's going to take a turn there. It's fine. She's going to do all her debuffs again at the wrong rotation. Sleep's back out there. But the thing with Elva is she's going to, hopefully, every time people take a turn, restore everyone's max HP. Which means the healing is not a problem. That's why I think Elva's passive is insane. Can the optimizer take into account the Ascension stats? Sebastian, we are working on it right now. I did see some DMs from my dear friend Wolfie. So tomorrow we should be releasing it. So I'll be testing it all tomorrow. Right, okay. This is a bad test run. because I will stop watching it. We're going to try it again when I'm not, like, 3%ing right at the start. Look at this. Okay, let's try again. Try again. We 3%ed right at the start, which is awful. There we go. So get all our debuffs we need. He comes out. Big smacks. Take the nuke. Puts himself back to sleep. We have the debuff still up. Full heal. Big nuke again. He's awake. It's fine. We're going to put him back to sleep. Heals go out. See how, like, Elva's passive is just, like, fully healing everyone's max HP. It's really insane, actually. I wish I could fit her into my high-end team that I was thinking about. I feel like this can go faster. I don't know. We need more buffs, maybe. He's immune. It's fine. Full cleanse. We don't have sleep right now. But it's a guarantee. It's pretty much a stable 100% run, right? We're never failing this. We pretty much had it down at 50% HP at like 10 seconds, so... we could probably try someone other than Seeker as well. Was I taking flak? Someone said why I was silly to do it, and I was like, it's fine. People can hate on me. I don't care. Do whatever they want. Don't bother me. We didn't try bombs. I don't think my guys is booked to test it. I'm just trying to think, is there anyone else that hits harder? I could try a Jintoro. I could try a Ninja, but I don't think that's going to work. I don't think he hits hard enough. Ninja's not bad. Did alright there, didn't he? There you go. That's how you do it. And he lost our Turvold. But he's back. Back in the game. It's just that second rotation. Trying to get back to the sleep with the Riho buffs. Like, I need to get the right speed rotation between Muckstalker and Riho, and I don't think it's quite well. That works. But that's what I think you do. You just farm this lesser oil. I think this lesser oil is worth more. You don't burn that much energy. And then you start going around your pieces. You go, okay, well, let's look at my ninja. What can I have here? Have I got any good pieces? That's pretty good. Not going to get much better than that. Let's go rework that. What do I get? What do I really want here? I'd love crit rate maybe. A bit of HP or defense percentage. What do I get? Crit damage. Awesome. Now, I would go and farm the higher stages to get that up to the highest level if I wanted a damaging set. It's not great for this particular piece, but that's how I would go about it. Like, that's how in my head I was thinking how you go about it. Just farm stage 11. It's the best stage for those lesser potions. Get all your gear up. You'll get some greater ones along the way, so you can get yourself to 4. It's not necessarily the best stage for the higher ones, but you get yourself to, you know, higher stages. Potentially, what you think, like a Nia Ranesh or like a Renegade? We do get like 2 buffs though from, well, we get 1. We get block debuffs, right? This is pretty fast. It's just, this is where it slows down now. Because we lost our buffs, our debuffs, so we have to wait. It's pretty fast though. I mean, we could try... I don't have a Kaima, unfortunately. Just gotta wait. I should have used A3 there. Yes, it's not speed tuned. He's awake already. Oh, we actually lost people that time. Rio kept my team alive somehow. Probably debuffs, I didn't have enough. Actually, I don't know. Not entirely sure why I died there. Back to sleepy sleep. Gets back around to Riho. She gets the buffs up. It's probably like, this is where I think speed tuning this dungeon is going to be the most important thing. If your champions are exactly the right speeds that you need for the speed tune, it's going to work much faster. If not, like I've got here, where effectively I'm not running in the right rotation, it's going to run a lot slower because the debuffs can't be sustained. Like, that's probably going to resist. Oh, I didn't. But Elva's a monster. So yeah, interesting options. But that's what I'll probably do now, is put a lot of my energy into like stage 11. And I think just try and get some, you know, get all my good gear that I'll use on a regular basis just up to like 1 or 2 stars, and then start prioritizing the really good pieces. You know, like take like this piece for example. That piece is god tier. So if I would ascend that. So I could literally go into the dungeon. How much do I need there? Like 60. Go to stage 11. Use my auto farm team. Yeah, the cat's looking at me like, why are you still up, basically. Get all the debuffs out that I need. Brimstone as well. Ninja goes crazy. That's all good. Wake up. I don't mind. Huge nuke there from Turvold. Now the debuff goes out. Probably going to cleanse in a second. It's fine. And obviously at this point, you don't really need enemy max HP. That extra turn messed me up there. I probably use extra turn once and that's it. Maybe never use it again. This is why Alva was good for him, because look how many buffs he's got now. 109. And I'm getting a good return rate for my energy. I'm spending 12 energy and I'm getting 1 pot. So I'm basically getting about 1 pot per energy, give or take. Okay, that's the nuke. Back asleep. Does it once. We don't need him to do it anymore. Puts that out there again. Cleanse. I should get a sleep next. Now she should A2 in the next rotation here. Because we have an extra turn here, she should A2. Perfect. Won't be able to cleanse that, and now we can finish him off. Easy 1 minute farm. Is it fast? Probably could be faster. Is it reliable? 100%. That's never going to fail. What do I get? Lots of tier 1 potions. My first step is basically ascending my tier 1. Figure out which gear is good, then move on to, obviously, farming the higher stuff, right? There's no rush to farm the higher stuff. Might as well wait for some better champion options. Maybe I'll pick up Noct, for example. Maybe I pick up Harima. Maybe I pick up Corvus. Maybe I pick up the new fusion. The new fusion is really good. Maybe it changes it. Maybe they tweak the numbers in the next patch because it's just too high. Who knows? The Lizard is sitting on like 240, I think. Because I don't have any aura now. So I'm putting Turvold in the lead. Because the way that Elvis targeting will go is always like the person in the lead if everyone's neutral. It's like a minute. Pretty consistent. This is what I'll probably do in terms of like, you know, someone asked earlier, where should I, how much energy and stuff should I be investing? This is probably how I'd invest my energy right now. Just get a, you know, some spare leftover energy if I'm not doing masteries or anything. Get some oil, figure out which gear I want to upgrade, see if it rolls a good stat, and then basically build up a bit of a buffer of sort of gear that I need to build up to being better. The only real risk you have is speed with these things, right? So if you increase the speed boots, you just got to be careful about that for your speed turns. But other than that, the others are just bonus stats, right? They're just going to hit harder. They're just going to do more damage. If everything was meant to be done overnight, it would be boring. Obviously, we're getting extra turns here because we're hitting War Master procs and different things. So that's something to consider. So... Brimstone out. Should die. Obviously, he's not A1 in, but... But Muckstalker by far is the best sleep champion if you haven't got the legendaries. By a mile. Boom. What piece did we want to do there? It was on Jintora, wasn't it? So again, pretty good piece. What do we really want? Crit damage. But we can't get that. So we want attack percentage. Accuracy is not bad either. Attack or attack percentage. And we get HP. All right. So am I going to rush to prioritize that? No. So I think that's the first step. You basically look for all the decent pieces of gear you've got. Upgrade them bit by bit. Then when you're done... figure out which ones you want to use for the greater potions. We'll probably get greater potions from different places as well. So anyway, it's like half hour after I said I was going to leave. Ha, there you go. 5-hour stream, guys. That was a lot of fun. Tomorrow we'll find out what this is going to be. I think you're going to have to summon and do training, but it's going to have a tier 3 essence and legendary books. It's probably going to be more expensive than the last one. I will do the math when it loans, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, until then, guys, I'll catch you in the next stream, probably Monday, and I will see you. I probably have 2 videos out tomorrow based on what we got to do. So patch notes, I'm going to go over the different details, and we'll probably do the hero's path. So cheers, guys. I'll catch you soon.